The Life of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Blessed Anne Catherine Emmerich. Part 2. 8. The Annunciation. On March the 25th, 1821, Sister Emmerich said, "Last night I saw the Annunciation as a feast of the Church, and was once more definitely informed that at this moment the Blessed Virgin had already been with child for 4 weeks. This was expressly told me because I had already seen the Annunciation on the 25th of February, but had rejected the vision and had not related it. Today I again saw the exterior circumstances of the whole event. Soon after the Blessed Virgin's marriage I saw her in Joseph's house in Nazareth, where I was taken by my guide. Joseph had gone away with 2 donkeys, I think to fetch either his tools or something that he had inherited. He seemed to me to be on his way home. Anna's second husband and some other men had been at the house in the morning, but had gone away again. Besides the Blessed Virgin and 2 girls of her own age, I think they were playfellows from the temple, I saw in the house Anna and her widowed cousin, who worked for her as serving maid and later went with her to Bethlehem after Christ's birth. The whole house had been newly fitted out by Anna. I saw these 4 women going busily about the house and then walking at leisure together in the courtyard. Towards evening I saw them come back into the house and stand praying at a little round table. Then, after eating some vegetables set before them, they separated. Anna went to and fro in the house for some time still, busying herself with household matters. The 2 girls went to their separate room, and Mary, too, went into her bedchamber. The Blessed Virgin's bedchamber was in the back part of the house, near the hearth, which was here placed, not in the centre as in Anna's house, but rather on one side. The entrance to the bedchamber was beside the kitchen. 3 steps, not level but sloping, led up to it, for the floor of this part of the house rested on a raised ledge of rock. The wall of the room facing the door was rounded, and in this rounded part, which was shut off by a high wicker screen, was the Blessed Virgin's bed, rolled up. The walls of the room were covered up to a certain height with wickerwork, rather more roughly woven than the light movable screens. Different coloured woods had been used to make a little checkered pattern on them. The ceiling was formed by intersecting beams, the spaces between being filled with wickerwork decorated with star patterns. I was brought into this room by the shining youth who always accompanies me, and I will relate what I saw as well as such a poor miserable creature is able. The Blessed Virgin came in and went behind the screen before her bed, where she put on a long white woolen praying robe with a broad girdle, and covered her head with a yellowish-white veil. Meanwhile the maid came in with a little lamp, lit a many-branched lamp hanging from the ceiling, and went away again. The Blessed Virgin then took a little low table which was leaning folded up against the wall and placed it in the middle of the room. As it leaned against the wall it was just a movable table leaf, hanging straight down in front of 2 supports. Mary lifted up this leaf and pulled forward half of one of the supports, which was divided, so that the little table now stood on 3 legs. The table leaf supported by this 3rd leg was rounded. This little table was covered with a blue and red cloth, finished with a hanging fringe along the straight edge of the table. In the middle of the cloth there was a design, embroidered or quilted, I cannot remember whether it was a letter or an ornament. On the round side of the table was a white cloth rolled up, and a scroll of writing also lay on the table. The Blessed Virgin put up this little table in the middle of the room, between her sleeping place and the door, rather to the left, in a place where the floor was covered by a carpet. Then she put in front of it a little round cushion and knelt down with both hands resting on the table. The door of the room was facing her on the right, and she had her back to her sleeping place. Mary let the veil fall over her face and crossed her hands, but not her fingers, before her breast. I saw her fervently praying thus for a long time, with her face raised to heaven. She was imploring God for redemption, for the promised king, and beseeching him that her prayer might have some share in sending him. She knelt long in an ecstasy of prayer, then she bowed her head onto her breast, but now at her right hand there poured down such a mass of light in a slanting line from the ceiling of the room that I felt myself pressed back by it against the wall near the door. See figure 10. I saw in this light a shining white youth, with flowing yellow hair, floating down before her. It was the angel Gabriel. He gently moved his arms away from his body as he spoke to her. I saw the words issuing from his mouth like shining letters. I read them and I heard them. Mary turned her veiled head slightly towards the right, but she was shy and did not look up. But the angel went on speaking, and as if at his command Mary turned her face a little towards him, raised her veil slightly, and answered. The angel again spoke, and Mary lifted her veil, looked at him, and answered with the holy words, Behold the handmaid of the Lord, be it done to me according to your word. The Blessed Virgin was wrapped in ecstasy. The room was filled with light. I no longer saw the glimmer of the burning lamp, I no longer saw the ceiling of the room. Heaven seemed to open, a path of light made me look up above the angel, and at the source of this stream of light I saw a figure of the Holy Trinity in the form of a triangular radiance streaming in upon itself. In this I recognized what can only be adored and never expressed, Almighty God, Father, Son and Holy Ghost, and yet only God Almighty. As soon as the Blessed Virgin had spoken the words, Be it done to me according to your word, I saw the Holy Ghost in the appearance of a winged figure, but not in the form of a dove as usually represented. The head was like the face of a man, and light was spread like wings beside the figure, from whose breast and hands I saw 3 streams of light pouring down towards the right side of the Blessed Virgin and meeting as they reached her. This light streaming in upon her right side caused the Blessed Virgin to become completely transfused with radiance, and as though transparent, all that was opaque seemed to vanish like darkness before this light. In this moment she was so penetrated with light that nothing dark or concealing remained in her. Her whole form was shining and transfused with light. After this penetrating radiance I saw the angel disappear, with the path of light out of which he had come. It was as if the stream of light had been drawn back into heaven, and I saw how there fell from it onto the Blessed Virgin, as it was drawn back, a shower of white rosebuds, each with its little green leaf. While I was seeing all this in Mary's chamber, I had a strange personal sensation. I was in a state of constant fear, as if I was being pursued, and I suddenly saw a hideous serpent crawling through the house and up the steps to the door by which I was standing. The horrible creature had made its way as far as the 3rd step when the light poured down on the Blessed Virgin. The serpent was 3 or 4 feet long, had a broad flat head, and under its breast were 2 short skinny paws, clawed like bats' wings, on which it pushed itself forward. It was spotted with all kinds of hideous colours, and reminded me of the serpent in the Garden of Eden, only fearfully deformed. When the angel disappeared from the Blessed Virgin's room, he trod on this monster's head as it lay before the door, and it screamed in so ghastly a way that I shuddered. Then I saw 3 spirits appear who drove the monster out in front of the house with blows and kicks. After the angel had disappeared, I saw the Blessed Virgin wrapped in the deepest ecstasy. I saw that she recognized the incarnation of the promised Redeemer within herself, in the form of a tiny human figure of light, perfectly formed in all its parts down to its tiny fingers. Here in Nazareth it is otherwise than in Jerusalem, where the women must remain in the outer court and may not enter the temple, where only the priests may go into the holy place. Here in Nazareth, here in this church, a virgin is herself the temple, and the Most Holy is within her, and the High Priest is within her, and she alone is with him. Oh, how lovely and wonderful that is, and yet so simple and natural. The words of David in the 45th Psalm were fulfilled. The Most High has sanctified his own tabernacle. God is in the midst thereof, it shall not be moved. It was at midnight that I saw this mystery happen. After a little while Anna with the other women came into Mary's room. They had been wakened by a strange commotion in nature. A cloud of light had appeared above the house. When they saw the Blessed Virgin kneeling under the lamp in an ecstasy of prayer, they respectfully withdrew. After some time I saw the Blessed Virgin rise from her knees and go to her little altar against the wall. She unrolled the picture hanging on the wall, which represented a veiled human form, the same picture that I had seen in Anna's house when she was making ready for the Blessed Virgin's journey to the temple, CP 43. She lit the lamp on the wall and stood praying before it. Scrolls lay before her on a high desk. Towards morning I saw her go to bed. My guide now led me away. But when I came into the little court before the house, I was seized with terror, for that fearful snake was lurking there in hiding. It crept towards me and tried to shelter in the folds of my dress. I was in dreadful fear, but my guide snatched me hurriedly away, and those 3 spirits reappeared and smote the monster. I still seem to hear with a shudder its appalling shrieks. That night, as I contemplated the mystery of the Incarnation, I was taught many things. Mary was given the grace of interior knowledge. The Blessed Virgin knew that she had conceived the Messiah, the Son of the Most High. All that was within her was open to the eyes of her spirit. But she did not then know that the throne of David his father, which was to be given him by the Lord God, was a supernatural one. Nor did she then know that the house of Jacob, over which he was, as Gabriel declared, to rule for all eternity, was the church, the congregation of regenerated mankind. She thought that the Redeemer would be a holy king, who would purify his people and give them victory over hell. She did not then know that this king, in order to redeem mankind, must suffer a bitter death. It was made known to me why the Redeemer deigned to remain 9 months in his mother's womb and to be born as a little child, and why it was not his will to appear as perfect and beautiful as the newly created Adam, but I can no longer explain this clearly. I can, however, remember this much, that it was his will to reconsecrate man's conception and birth, which had been so sadly degraded by the fall. The reason why Mary became his mother and why he did not come sooner was that she alone, and no creature before her or after her, was the pure vessel of grace, promised by God to mankind as the mother of the incarnate Word, by the merits of whose passion mankind was to be redeemed from its guilt. The Blessed Virgin was the one and only pure blossom of the human race, flowering in the fullness of time. All the children of God from the beginning of time who have striven after salvation contributed to her coming. She was the only pure gold of the whole earth. She alone was the pure immaculate flesh and blood of the whole human race, prepared and purified and ordained and consecrated through all the generations of her ancestors, guided, guarded, and fortified by the law until she came forth as the fullness of grace. She was pre-ordained in eternity and passed through time as the mother of the eternal. See Prov. 8.22-35. At the incarnation of Christ, the Blessed Virgin was a little over 14 years old. Christ reached the age of 33 years and 3 times 6 weeks. I say 3 times 6, because that figure was in that moment shown to me 3 times one after the other. 9. The Visitation. 1. Mary and Joseph travel to visit Elizabeth. Some days after the Annunciation, St. Joseph returned to Nazareth and made further arrangements for working at his craft in the house. He had never lived in Nazareth before and had not spent more than a few days there. Joseph knew nothing of the Incarnation. Mary was the mother of the Lord, but also the handmaid of the Lord, and she kept his secret in all humility. When the Blessed Virgin felt that the Word was made flesh in her, she was conscious of a great desire to pay an immediate visit to her cousin Elizabeth at Jutta near Hebron, whom the angel had told her was now 6 months with child. As the time was now drawing near when Joseph wished to go up to Jerusalem for the Passover, the Blessed Virgin decided to accompany him in order to help Elizabeth in her pregnancy. Joseph therefore started with the Blessed Virgin on the journey to Jutta. Catherine Emmerich described the following single scenes from the journey of Joseph and Mary to Elizabeth, but it must be understood that owing to her illness and to various interruptions, very many gaps occur in her account. She gave no description of their departure, but only a few pictures from successive days of their journey, which we here transcribe. They travelled in a southerly direction and had a donkey with them, on which Mary rode from time to time. Some baggage was packed onto it, amongst which was a striped sack of Joseph's, it seemed to me to be knitted, in which was a long brownish garment of Mary's with a sort of hood. This garment was fastened in front with ribbons. Mary put it on when she went into the temple or into a synagogue. On the journey she wore a brown woolen undergarment, and over this a grey dress with a girdle. Her head covering was yellowish in colour. They made the long journey rather quickly. I saw them, after they had crossed the plain of Esdraelon in a southerly direction, entering the house of a friend of Joseph's father in the town of Dothan, on a hill. He was a well-to-do man and came from Bethlehem. His father was called brother by Joseph's father, though he was not really his brother, but he came of David's line through a man who was, I think, also a king, and was called Ella, Eldoa, or Eldad, I cannot remember clearly which it was. There was much trading in this place. Once, I saw them spending the night in a shed, and one evening, When they were still 12 hours distant from Zechariah's dwelling, I saw them in a wood, going into a hut of wattle work, on which green leaves and beautiful white flowers were growing. This hut was meant for travellers. Beside the roads in the country are many open arbours like this, and even solid buildings. Travellers can spend the night in them, or shelter from the heat and prepare the food which they have brought with them. Some of these shelters are looked after by a family living near at hand who are ready to supply any needs in return for a small payment. Here there seems to be a gap in the account. Probably the Blessed Virgin was present with Joseph at the Passover in Jerusalem, and did not go to Elizabeth until after that, for while Joseph's journey to the feast is mentioned above, we are told later that Zechariah reached home, after attending the Passover, the day before the visitation. They did not go direct from Jerusalem to Jutta, but made a detour to the east in order to avoid the crowds. They passed near a little town 2 hours distant from Emmaus, and took roads which Jesus often travelled in the years of his ministry. They still had 2 hills to pass. Between these 2 hills I once saw them sitting and resting. They were eating bread and mixing in their drinking water drops of balsam which they had collected on their way. It was very hilly here. They passed over hanging rocks with great caves in which were all kinds of strange stones. The valleys were very fertile. Then their path led them through wood, moorland, meadows, and fields. Towards the end of their journey I particularly noticed a plant with little delicate green leaves and with flower clusters of 9 little pale red, closed bells or vessels. There was something in these with which I had to do, but what it was I cannot remember. 2. Mary and Joseph arrive at the house of Elizabeth and Zechariah. The following visions were communicated by Catherine Emmerich partly at the time of the Feast of the Visitation in July 1820 and partly at a time when she had heard the words of Eliud, an aged Essene from Nazareth. Eliud accompanied Jesus on his journey to his baptism by John in September of the first year of his ministry, and told him many things about the history of his parents and of his earliest childhood, for Eliud was intimate with the Holy Family. Zechariah's house was on the top of a hill by itself. Other houses stood in groups round about. Not far off a biggish stream flowed down from the mountain. It seemed to me to be the moment when Zechariah was returning home from the Passover at Jerusalem. I saw Elizabeth, moved by great longing, going out of her house for a considerable distance on the way to Jerusalem, and I saw how alarmed Zechariah was, as he made his way home, to meet Elizabeth on the road so far from home in her condition. She told him that she was so agitated in her heart because she could not help thinking all the time that her cousin Mary of Nazareth was coming to her. Zechariah tried to remove this impression from her mind and explained to her, by signs and by writing on a tablet, how unlikely it was that a newly married woman should undertake so long a journey just then. They went back to the house together. Elizabeth was, however, unable to abandon her expectation, for she had learnt in a dream that one of her family had become the mother of the promised Messiah. She had at once thought of Mary, had longed to see her, and had in spirit perceived her in the distance on her way to her. She had made ready a little room to the right of the entrance and had placed seats in it. On the following day she sat there for a long time, waiting and gazing out of the house, watching for the coming visitor. Then she got up and went a long way on the road to meet her. Elizabeth was a tall, aged woman, with a small, delicate face. Her head was wrapped in a veil. She only knew the Blessed Virgin by hearsay. Mary saw her from far off and recognized her at once. She ran to meet her, while Joseph discreetly remained behind. Mary was already among the neighbours' houses, whose inhabitants, moved by her marvellous beauty and struck by a supernatural dignity in her whole being, withdrew shyly as she and Elizabeth met. They greeted each other warmly with outstretched hands, and at that moment I saw a shining brightness in the Blessed Virgin, and as it were a ray of light passing from her to Elizabeth, filling the latter with wonderful joy. They did not stay near the people in the houses, but went, holding each other by the arm, through the outer court towards the house. At the door Elizabeth once more made Mary welcome, and they then went in. Joseph, who came into the court leading the donkey, handed it over to a manservant and went to Zechariah in an open hall at the side of the house. He greeted the venerable old priest with great humility. Zechariah embraced him warmly and spoke with him by writing on his tablet, for he was dumb since the angel had appeared to him in the temple. Mary and Elizabeth, after passing through the house door, came into a hall which, it seemed to me, was also the kitchen. Here, they took each other by both arms. Mary greeted Elizabeth very warmly, and each pressed her cheek against the other's. Again I saw a radiance stream from Mary into Elizabeth, whereby the latter was transfused with light. Her heart was filled with holy joy. She stepped back, her hand raised, and exclaimed full of humility, joy, and exultation, "Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb. And whence is this to me that the mother of my Lord should come to me? For behold, as the voice of your salutation sounded in my ears, the infant in my womb leaped for joy. And blessed are you that have believed, because those things shall be accomplished that were spoken to you by the Lord." As she said the last words, she led Mary into the little room which she had prepared, so that she might sit down and rest after her journey. It was only a few paces away. Mary let go Elizabeth's arm, which she had clasped, crossed her hands over her breast and uttered the Magnificat with exultation. When the aged Essene Eliad conversed with Jesus, as mentioned above, about this event, I heard him expounding the whole of Mary's song of praise in a wonderful manner. I feel myself, however, incapable of repeating this explanation. I saw that Elizabeth followed in prayer the whole of the Magnificat in a similar state of exultation. Afterwards they sat down on quite low seats with a table before them, also low, on which stood a little goblet. Oh, I was so blissfully happy. I prayed with them the whole time, and then I sat down near at hand. Oh, I was so happy. Catherine Emmerich recounted this in the morning as if it had happened on the previous day. In the afternoon, she said in her sleep, Joseph and Zechariah are now together and are talking about the nearness of the Messiah according to the fulfillment of the prophecies. Zechariah is a tall, handsome old man, dressed as a priest. He answers always with signs or by writing on a tablet. They are sitting in an open hall at the side of the house, looking onto the garden. Mary and Elizabeth are sitting in the garden on a carpet under a big spreading tree. Behind it is a fountain from which water streams if one pulls at a tap. I see grass and flowers round them, and trees with little yellow plums. They are both eating little fruits and little loaves from Joseph's knapsack. What touching simplicity and frugality! There are 2 maidservants and 2 menservants in the house. I see them moving about here and there. They are preparing a table with food under a tree. Zechariah and Joseph come and eat a little. Joseph wanted to go back to Nazareth at once, but I think he is going to stay a week. He knows nothing of the Blessed Virgin being with child. Mary and Elizabeth were silent about it. In the depths of their being, there was a secret understanding between them. Several times in the day, and especially before meals when they were all together, the 2 holy women said a kind of litany. Joseph prayed with them, and I saw then a cross appear in the midst between the 2 women. Although as yet there was no cross, it was indeed as though 2 crosses visited each other. On July 3rd, she related as follows: Yesterday evening they ate all together. They sat under a tree in the garden by the light of a lamp till nearly midnight. Then I saw Joseph and Zechariah alone in a place of prayer. I saw Mary and Elizabeth in their little room. They stood opposite each other, as if wrapped in ecstasy, and said the Magnificat in prayer together. Besides the clothes already described, the Blessed Virgin wore a transparent black veil as well, which she lowered when speaking with men. Today Zechariah took St. Joseph to another garden at some distance from the house. Zechariah is very orderly and precise in all he does. This garden is rich in beautiful trees and abundant fruit and is very well kept. A shady alley leads through the middle of it. At the end of the garden there is a little hidden summer house with a door at the side. In the top of this little house are window openings closed by sliding shutters. In it is a wicker couch cushioned with moss or other delicate plants. I also saw 2 white statues in it, of the size of children. I do not quite know how they came to be there or what they signified, but they seemed very like Zechariah and Elizabeth, only very much younger. This afternoon I saw Mary and Elizabeth working together in the house. The Blessed Virgin took part in all the household work. She made preparations for the child that was expected. I saw them both working together. They were knitting a big coverlet for Elizabeth's lying in. Jewish women used coverlets like these when in childbed. An inner lining was fastened to the middle of it so that the mother could be wrapped up together in it with her child. It was as if she were in a little boat or in a big shoe, wrapped up herself like a child in swaddling clothes. She was supported on pillows and could sit upright or lie down, as she liked. The edges of the coverlet were sewn with flowers and texts. Mary and Elizabeth prepared also many different things as presents for the poor when the child was born. I see Anna often sending her maidservant to look after everything in the house at Nazareth during the absence of the Holy Family. I saw her there once herself. On July 4th she said, "Zechariah has gone with Joseph for a walk in the fields. His house stands by itself on a hill. It is the best house in the neighborhood. Others lie scattered around. Mary is rather tired. She is alone with Elizabeth in the house." On July 5th she said, "I saw Zechariah and Joseph spending last night in the garden, which is distant from the house, either sleeping in the summer house, or praying out of doors in the garden. At dawn they returned to the house. I saw Elizabeth and the Blessed Virgin in the house. Every morning and evening they joined together in prayer and recited the Magnificat, which Mary had received from the Holy Ghost at Elizabeth's greeting of her. With the angel's salutation the Blessed Virgin was consecrated as the Church. With the words, 'Behold the handmaid of the Lord, be it done to me according to your word,' the word entered into her, saluted by the Church, by his maidservant. God was now in his temple, Mary was now the temple and the ark of the new covenant. Elizabeth's greeting and the movement of John beneath his mother's heart was the first act of worship of the community in the presence of this holy thing. When the Blessed Virgin uttered the Magnificat, the Church of the New Covenant, of the New Espousals, celebrated for the first time the fulfillment of the divine promises of the Old Covenant, of the Old Espousals, and poured forth thanks with a Te Laudamus. Ah, who can express the wonder of seeing the devotion of the Church towards the Saviour even before his birth? Tonight, as I watched the two holy women at their prayers, I had many visions and explanations of the Magnificat and of the coming of the Blessed Sacrament in the present condition of the Blessed Virgin. The illness from which I am now suffering and many disturbances have made me quite forget all that I saw. From the passage in the Magnificat, "He has shown might in his arm," onwards there appeared to me all kinds of pictures from the Old Testament symbolic of the most holy sacrament of the altar. Amongst them was a picture of Abraham sacrificing Isaac, and of Isaiah announcing something to a wicked king who scorned it. I have forgotten this. I saw many things from Abraham to Isaiah and from Isaiah to the Blessed Virgin, and in everything I always saw the coming of the Blessed Sacrament to the Church of Jesus Christ, who was himself still resting under his mother's heart. After Catherine Emmerich had said this, she recited the Litany of the Holy Ghost and the hymn Veni Sancte Spiritus and fell asleep smiling. After a while she said with great fervour, "I must do nothing more at all today and must allow nobody in. Then I shall see again all that I have forgotten. If I can only have complete quiet, I shall be able to perceive and relate the holy mystery of the Ark of the Covenant and the holy sacrament of the Old Covenant. I have seen that time of quiet. It is a beautiful time. I saw the writer beside me, and I am then to learn very many things." As she spoke these words, her face glowed in her sleep like a child's. She drew from under the bed covering her hands, marked with the wounds of the stigmata, and said, "It is very warm where Mary is in the promised land. They are now all going into the garden of the house, first Zechariah and Joseph and then Elizabeth and Mary. An awning like a tent is stretched under a tree. On one side stand low seats with backs to them." She then continued, "I am to rest and see again all that I have forgotten. That sweet prayer to the Holy Ghost has helped me, so sweet and gentle it is." At 5 o'clock in the evening she accused herself, saying, "I weakly gave way and did not keep the command to allow nobody in. A woman of my acquaintance came and talked for a long time of hateful incidents which angered me. Then I fell asleep. God kept his word better than me, for he showed me again all that I had forgotten, but as a punishment most of it has again escaped me." She then said what follows. Although some of it is repetition, we reproduce it, because we cannot express what she said otherwise than she herself did. She said, "I saw as usual the two holy women with child standing opposite one another in prayer and reciting the Magnificat. In the middle of the prayer I was shown Abraham sacrificing Isaac. Here followed a series of pictures symbolizing the coming of the Blessed Sacrament. I do not think I have ever perceived so clearly the holy mysteries of the Old Covenant. Next day, she said, as was promised to me, I perceived once more all that I had forgotten. I was full of joy at being able now to relate so many wonderful things about the patriarchs and the Ark of the Covenant, but there must have been a lack of humility in my joy, for God ordained that I should no longer be able to set in order and communicate the innumerable things that I perceived. The cause of this new disturbance was a particular incident which renewed in her the sufferings of our Lord's Passion, a phenomenon constantly recurring in her life. This rendered her even more incapable of consecutive narration. However, after her visions of the repeated recital of the Magnificat by the two holy women, she communicated at intervals much that she had learnt of the mysterious blessing in the Old Testament, and of the Ark of the Covenant, though in a fragmentary and disconnected manner. We have tried therefore to compile them in chronological order, but, that we may not interrupt the life of the Blessed Virgin unduly, we shall add them in an appendix, or keep them for some other appropriate place. In the evening of yesterday, Friday, July the 6th, I saw Elizabeth and the Blessed Virgin going to Zechariah's distant garden. They were carrying fruit and little loaves of bread in a small basket and were going to spend the night there. When Joseph and Zechariah came there later, I saw the Blessed Virgin go towards them. Zechariah had his little writing tablet with him, but it had grown too dark for writing, and I saw that Mary, by the interior bidding of the Holy Ghost, told him that he would speak that night. Then I saw that Zechariah put away his writing tablet, and that he was able to speak with Joseph and pray with him throughout that night. I saw this, and when I shook my head in great surprise and would not accept it, my guardian angel or spiritual guide, who is always with me, said to me, pointing in another direction, "You do not believe this, then turn your eyes hither." But where he pointed I saw quite another picture from a much later time. I saw the holy hermit St. Gore in a place where corn was being reaped. Messengers from a bishop, who was ill-disposed towards him, were talking with him with evil intent. As he started off with them to go to the bishop, I saw him looking round for a hook on which to hang his cloak. He saw a ray of the sun, shining through an opening in the wall, and in his simple faith he hung his cloak on it, and I saw that the cloak remained hanging firmly fixed in the air. I was amazed at this miracle of simple faith, and was no longer surprised at Zechariah being given the power of speech by the Blessed Virgin in whom God himself dwelt. My guide then spoke to me about what we call miracles, and I remember distinctly that he said, "A living child, like confidence in God in all simplicity, makes everything real, makes everything substantial." What he said gave me a complete interior understanding about all miracles, but I cannot express it perfectly. I saw the four holy people spend the night in the garden. They sat down and ate, or they walked 2 by 2 up and down, talking and praying, and took it in turns to rest in the little summer house. I understood that when the Sabbath was over, Joseph was to return to Nazareth, and that Zechariah was to accompany him for part of the way. It was moonlight and a clear starry sky. Round these holy people was indescribable peace and beauty. Again, as the two holy women prayed, I saw a part of the mystery of the Magnificat, but am again to see all in the octave of the feast before Saturday or Sunday, and shall then perhaps be able to tell something of it. I am now only permitted to say, the Magnificat is a hymn of thanks for the fulfillment of the blessing given in the sacrament of the Old Covenant. During Mary's prayer I saw a continuous succession of all her ancestors. In the course of time there followed each other 3 times 14 marriages, in each of which the Son succeeded directly to the Father, and from each of these marriages I saw a ray of light projected towards Mary as she stood there in prayer. The whole vision grew before my eyes like a family tree made by branches of light, becoming ever nobler and nobler, until at last, in a more clearly defined place in this tree of light, I saw shine forth more brightly the holy and immaculate flesh and blood of Mary, from which God was to become man. I prayed to her in yearning and hope, as full of joy as a child who sees the Christmas tree towering above him. It was all a picture of the coming of Jesus Christ in the flesh and of his most holy sacrament. It was as though I saw the wheat ripening for the bread of life for which I hunger. It is not to be expressed. I can find no words to say how that flesh was formed, in which the Word became flesh. How can it be expressed by a poor mortal who is still in that flesh of which the Son of God and of Mary said the flesh profits nothing, it is the Spirit that quickens? He, who said that only those who ate his flesh and drank his blood should have everlasting life and be raised up by him in the last day. Only his flesh and blood were meat and drink indeed, only those who ate and drank thereof abode in him and he in them. I saw, in an inexpressible way, from the beginning, from generation to generation, the approach of the Incarnation, and with it the approach of the most holy sacrament of the altar. Then came a series of patriarchs, followed by the institution of the priesthood to offer up the living God among men as sacrifice and food until his second coming, an institution conferred by the incarnate God, the new and redeeming Adam, upon his apostles and transmitted by them by the laying on of hands, in an unbroken succession of generation after generation of priests. In all this I clearly perceived how the chanting of our Lord's genealogy before the Blessed Sacrament on the feast of Corpus Christi contains a great mystery. I also perceived that, just as amongst the ancestors of Christ according to the flesh, there were some who were not holy, and, indeed, were sinners, without however ceasing to be the rungs, in Jacob's ladder, on which God descended to mankind, so even unworthy bishops still have the power to consecrate the Blessed Sacrament, and to impart priestly ordination with all the powers accompanying it. When one sees this, one clearly understands why in old German spiritual books, the Old Testament is called the Old Covenant, or the Old Epistles, and the New Testament the New Covenant or the New Epistles. The highest flowering of the Old Epistles was the Virgin of Virgins, the bride of the Holy Ghost, the most chaste mother of the Redeemer, the spiritual vessel of honor, the singular vessel of devotion, in whom the Word became flesh. With this mystery begins the New Epistles, the New Covenant. In the priesthood and in all those who follow the Lamb it bears the mark of virginity. In it marriage is a great sacrament, that of Christ and his bride, the Church. F. 5.32. In order to state as clearly as I can how the approach of the Incarnation, and, with it, the approach of the most holy sacrament of the altar, was explained to me, I can only repeat how everything was set before my eyes in a great series of pictures. Although, it is impossible, owing to my present condition, and to many interruptions from without, to bring what I saw into a detailed and comprehensible whole. I can only say in general, first I saw the blessing of the promise which God gave to the first man in paradise, and from that blessing I saw a ray of light proceed to the Blessed Virgin as she stood there opposite St. Elizabeth, reciting the Magnificat in prayer. Then I saw Abraham, who had received this blessing from God, and I again saw a ray of light proceeding from him to the Blessed Virgin. Then came the other patriarchs, who were the holders and bearers of that holy treasure, and from each of them a ray of light fell upon Mary. Then I saw the passage of this blessing down the ages until it reached Joachim. He was endowed with the highest blessing from the inmost sanctuary of the temple so that he might become the father of the most holy Virgin Mary conceived without original sin. In her, the Word became flesh by the operation of the Holy Ghost and dwelt amongst us, hidden for 9 months in her, as the Ark of the Covenant of the New Testament, until, in the fullness of time, we saw his glory, born of the Virgin Mary, a glory as it were of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. On July 7th she said, "Last night I saw the Blessed Virgin in Elizabeth's house asleep in her little room, lying on her side with her head resting on her arm." See figure 11. She was wrapped from head to foot in a long white covering. Beneath her heart I saw a glory of light streaming out. It was pear-shaped and in the center of it was an inscribably bright little flame of light. In Elizabeth I saw a glory shining which was larger and rounder, but not so bright, and the light within it was less bright. On July 8th, a Saturday, she said, when the Sabbath began yesterday, Friday evening, I saw a lamp being lit and the Sabbath being celebrated in a room in Zechariah's house which I had not seen before. Zechariah, Joseph, and some 6 other men, probably from the neighborhood, were praying under the lamp. They were standing round a chest with scrolls lying on it. They were wearing cloths hanging down over their heads. They did not make as many contortions as the Jews of today, though they occasionally bowed their heads and raised their arms. Mary, Elizabeth, and a few other women stood apart behind a grating in an alcove from which they could see into the praying place. All their heads were covered with praying mantles. After the Sabbath meal I saw the Blessed Virgin in her little room with Elizabeth, standing and reciting the Magnificat in prayer. Her hands were crossed on her breast and her black veil lowered over her face. They stood opposite each other against the wall, praying as though in choir. I recited the Magnificat in prayer with them, and again, during the second part of it, which refers to the promises of God, I had many glimpses, near and distant, of single ancestors of Mary, from whom threads of light proceeded towards her, as she stood before me praying. These threads or rays of light came, I saw, always out of the mouth of her male ancestors, whereas those from the female ones came from under their hearts and ended in the glory within Mary. Abraham must, at the time when his blessing was brought to bear on the future of the Blessed Virgin, have lived near the place where the Blessed Virgin was now reciting the Magnificat, for I saw the ray of light from him streaming upon her from quite near, whereas I saw the rays from persons much nearer to her in time coming from a much greater distance. After they had finished the Magnificat, which I always saw them reciting morning and evening since the visitation, Elizabeth withdrew and I saw the Blessed Virgin going to bed. She took off her girdle and her upper garment, leaving only her long brown undergarment. She took a roll of stuff lying at the head of her low couch, which I should otherwise have taken to be a bolster, but now saw was a rolled-up length of woolen material almost a yard wide. She held one end of it tight under one armpit, and then wrapped it round and round her body from head to foot and then upwards so that she was quite enveloped in it and could only make short steps. Her arms were free below the elbows and the face and throat were open. She wrapped herself up in this way standing beside her couch, which was slightly raised at the head, and then lay down straight on it, stretched out on her side, her cheek resting on her hand. I did not see men sleeping wrapped up in this way. On Sunday, July the 9th, she said, yesterday, Saturday, I saw Zechariah during the whole of the Sabbath in the same dress that he put on at the beginning of it. He had a long white robe with not very full sleeves. He was girt about several times with a broad girdle inscribed with letters and with straps hanging from it. At the back of his robe was fastened a hood, which fell in folds from his head down his back, like a veil gathered together at the back. When he had something to do in the course of the day on Saturday or had to go anywhere, he threw his robe over one shoulder and tucked it under his girdle below the other arm. Each leg was wrapped round with broad bands separately like trousers, and these wrappings were held fast by the straps with which his sandals were attached to his bare feet. Today he also showed Joseph his priest's mantle, which was very beautiful. It was an ample, heavy mantle, of shining material shot with purple and white, and was fastened at the breast with 3 jeweled clasps. It had no sleeves. I did not see the meeting again until Sunday evening when the Sabbath was over. They ate together under the tree in the garden by the house. They ate green leaves which they dipped into sauce and they sucked little green bundles also dipped in sauce. There were also on the table little bowls of some small fruit, and other bowls from which they ate something with transparent brown flat spoons. I think it was honey, which they ate with flat horn spoons. I also saw little loaves being brought to them to eat. After this Joseph, accompanied by Zechariah, started on his journey home. It was a still moonlight night full of stars. They prayed beforehand all separately. Joseph again had his little bundle with him, in which were small loaves and a little jug, and his staff with a crook at the top. Zechariah had a long staff with a knob. They both wore their travelling mantles over their heads. Before they went, they embraced Mary and Elizabeth alternately by clasping them to their breasts. I did not see them kiss each other then. They went off gaily and quietly, and the 2 women accompanied them for a short while, after which they wandered off alone through the indescribably lovely night. Mary and Elizabeth then went back into the house, into Mary's room. A lamp was burning there on an arm projecting from the wall. This was always so when she prayed and when she went to bed. The 2 women again stood opposite to each other, veiled, and recited the Magnificat in prayer. On this occasion the promised vision, which I had forgotten, was repeated, but I have seen so much tonight that I can say but little of it. I only saw the handing down of the blessing until it came to Joseph in Egypt. On July 11th she said, "Last night I had a vision of Mary and Elizabeth of which I only remember that they prayed the whole night long. I cannot recollect the cause. In the daytime I saw Mary doing all kinds of work, for instance, weaving coverlets. I saw Joseph and Zechariah still on their journey. They spent the night in a shed. They had made long detours and had, I believe, paid many visits. I think they spent 3 days on their journey. Except this, I have forgotten almost everything. On July 13th she said, I saw Joseph once more in his house yesterday, Wednesday the 12th. He seems to have gone straight home without passing through Jerusalem. Anna's maidservant is looking after everything for him and keeps going to and fro between his house and Anna's. Otherwise, Joseph was alone. I saw Zechariah coming home again. As always, I saw Mary and Elizabeth reciting the Magnificat in prayer and working together. Towards evening they walked in the garden, where there was a fountain, which is unusual here. They always had a little jug of juice with them. Towards evening, when it grew cool, they generally went for a walk in the country round, for Zechariah's house was isolated and surrounded by meadows. They usually went to bed at 9 o'clock, but always got up before sunrise. This is all that Catherine Emmerich communicated of her visions of the Blessed Virgin's visit to Elizabeth. It should be noticed that she described this event on the occasion of the Feast of the Visitation at the beginning of July, but that the actual visit probably took place in March, since she saw the message of the Incarnation being given to the Blessed Virgin already on February 25th, and closely followed by the Blessed Virgin's journey to Elizabeth. That journey was, according to Catherine Emmerich, undertaken when Joseph went to attend the Passover, which began on the 14th of the month, Nisan, corresponding to our month of March. 3. The birth of John. Mary returns to Nazareth. On June the 9th, 1821, Catherine Emmerich discovered near her a relic of Christ's disciple Parmenas, and amongst other visions having reference to this saint she communicated the following, which belongs to this portion of her narrative. After the Blessed Virgin's return from Jutta to Nazareth, I saw her spending several days in the house of the parents of Parmenas, our Lord's future disciple, who was not yet born. I think I saw this at the same time of year as it actually happened. I had that impression during my vision. In that case, the birth of John the Baptist would have happened at the end of May or the beginning of June. Mary stayed for 3 months with Elizabeth, until after the birth of John, but was not present on the occasion of his circumcision. Owing to interruptions, Catherine Emmerich did not relate anything further about John's birth or circumcision, and we therefore refer the reader to the words of the Gospel, St. Luke 1.57-80. The Blessed Virgin returned home to Nazareth after John's birth and before his circumcision. Joseph came to meet her halfway. Catherine Emmerich was so ill and agitated that she did not tell who accompanied the Blessed Virgin till then, nor did she mention the place where she met Joseph. Perhaps this was Dothan, where they stayed on their journey to Elizabeth with the friend of Joseph's father. She was no doubt accompanied there by relations of Zechariah or by friends from Nazareth who were undertaking the same journey. What follows may be taken as confirming this supposition. When Joseph travelled back with the Blessed Virgin during the second half of her journey from Jutta to Nazareth, he noticed from her figure that she was with child, and was sore beset by trouble and doubt, for he knew nothing of the angel's annunciation to the Blessed Virgin. Immediately after his marriage, Joseph had gone to Bethlehem to arrange about some inheritance. In the meantime, Mary had gone to Nazareth with her parents and some of her playfellows. The angelic salutation happened before Joseph returned to Nazareth. Mary in shy humility had kept God's secret to herself. Joseph, though greatly disquieted by what he had perceived, said nothing, but struggled in silence with his doubts. The Blessed Virgin, who had foreseen this trouble, became thoughtful and serious, which only increased St. Joseph's uneasiness. When they came to Nazareth, I saw that the Blessed Virgin did not at once go into Joseph's house with him, but spent a few days with relations. These were the parents of a son, Parmenas, not yet born, who became a disciple of Jesus, and was one of the 7 deacons in the first community of Christians in Jerusalem. These people were related to the Holy Family, for the mother was a sister of the 3rd husband of Mary Cleophas, the father of Simeon, Bishop of Jerusalem. They had a house and a garden of spices in Nazareth. They were also related to the Holy Family through Elizabeth. I saw that the Blessed Virgin stayed for several days with these people before she came to Joseph's house. Joseph's uneasiness increased, however, to such an extent that, now that Mary was preparing to return to him in his house, he made up his mind to leave her and to disappear in secret. While he was harboring this thought, an angel appeared to him in a dream and reassured him. The census and the journey of the Holy Family. 1. The census of the Emperor Augustus is proclaimed. Christ's birth in November. The actual date of Christ's birth, as I always see it, is 4 weeks earlier than its celebration by the Church. It must have happened on St. Catherine's feast day. I always see the Annunciation as happening at the end of February. Already at the end of October, I saw it being announced in the Promised Land that an enrollment and taxing of the people was to be made by decree of the Emperor. After that I saw many people travelling up and down the country. 2. St. Anne's house in Nazareth. Preparing for Christ's birth. Sunday, November the 11th, 1821. For several days in succession I have seen the Blessed Virgin with her mother Anna, whose house is about an hour's journey away from Nazareth in the valley of Zebulun. The only woman remaining in the Blessed Virgin's house at Nazareth is Anna's maidservant, who looks after St. Joseph while Mary is with Anna. In fact, as long as Anna was alive, they had no completely separate household, but always received their provisions from her. For several weeks already I have seen the Blessed Virgin busy with preparations for the birth of Christ. She is sewing and knitting coverlets, cloths, and swaddling bands. There is more than enough of everything. Joachim is no longer alive. I see another man in the house. Anna has married again. Her second husband was employed in the temple in connection with the beasts for sacrifice. I saw Anna sending him out food when he was with the flocks and herds. There were little loaves and fishes in a leathern wallet with several divisions in it. There is a rather tall little girl, about 7 years old, in the house, who helps the Blessed Virgin and is taught by her. I think she might be a daughter of Mary Cleophas. Her name was Mary, too. Joseph is not at Nazareth, but must soon be coming, for he is on his way back from Jerusalem, where he has taken beasts for sacrifice. I saw the Blessed Virgin in the house. She was far advanced in pregnancy, and sat in a room working with several other women. They were preparing coverlets and other things for Mary's confinement. Anna, who possessed pastures with flocks and herds, was well-to-do. She supplied the Blessed Virgin with plenty of everything that it was customary for a person in her rank of life to have. As she thought that Mary would be in her, Anna's, house for the birth of her child, and that all her relations would come to visit her there, she made all the preparations in a very lavish manner, with specially beautiful coverlets and rugs. I saw a coverlet of the kind that was in Elizabeth's house when John was born. It was embroidered with all kinds of texts and emblems, and had a kind of inner lining sewn into it in which the mother could wrap herself. She could fasten this lining round her with tapes and buttons, and be as it were in a little boat or like a baby in its swaddling bands. She could recline comfortably in it, supported by cushions, when visited by friends, and the latter sat round her on the edge of the coverlet. All these things, as well as many swaddling bands for the child itself, were prepared in Anna's house. I saw gold and silver threads being used. Not all the coverlets and other things were for Mary's own use. Much was intended as presents for the poor, who were always remembered on happy occasions of this kind. I saw the Blessed Virgin and other women sitting on the floor round a big chest, knitting and working at a big coverlet lying in the chest between them. They used 2 little sticks on which coloured threads were wound. Anna was very busy. She went here and there fetching and distributing wool and apportioning their tasks to her maidservants. 3. Joseph is told to travel with Mary to Bethlehem. November 12th. Joseph will arrive back in Nazareth today. He was in Jerusalem, taking beasts there for sacrifice. He left them at the little inn a quarter of an hour on the road from Jerusalem to Bethlehem. The house was kept by a devout old childless couple. It was a suitable lodging for quiet people. Joseph went from there to Bethlehem, but did not visit his relations in the town. He only wanted to find out about an enrollment and taxation of the people which made it necessary for everyone to betake himself to his birthplace. He did not, however, have himself inscribed as yet, because he intended to journey with Mary to the temple in Jerusalem after the days of her purification, and then to go to Bethlehem and settle there. I do not know for certain what were his reasons, but Joseph did not like being in Nazareth. He therefore looked about him in Bethlehem and made inquiries about stones and timber, for he had it in his mind to build himself a house there. Having found out what he wanted, he returned to the inn near Jerusalem, took his sacrifice to the temple, and hurried home again. As he was crossing the field of Chimki, 6 hours from Nazareth, at midnight last night, an angel appeared to him and warned him that he was to go to Bethlehem with Mary at once, for it was there that she was to bear her child. He also indicated everything that she was to take with her for her use, explaining that they were to be few and simple things, and in particular no embroidered coverlets. Also, besides the ass upon which Mary was to sit, he was to take with him a she-ass 1 year old that had not yet had a foal. He was to let her run free and was always to follow whatever path she took. This evening Anna went with the Blessed Virgin to Nazareth. No doubt they knew that Joseph was arriving. But they do not seem to know that Mary would journey to Bethlehem from Anna's house. They thought no doubt that Mary would bear her child in her own house in Nazareth, for I saw them taking their, packed in saddle bags, many of the things they had prepared. I saw amongst them several shawls of blue material with hoods. I think they were meant for wrapping the child in. Joseph arrived at Nazareth in the evening. 4. Joseph reveals to Mary the angel's commandment. November 13th. Today I saw the Blessed Virgin and her mother Anna in the house in Nazareth, where Joseph revealed to them what had been told him the previous night. Thereupon they returned to Anna's house, and I saw them preparing to leave immediately. Anna was distressed. The Blessed Virgin must have known that she was to bear her child in Bethlehem, but had been silent out of humility. She knew it from the writings of the prophets about the birth of the Messiah, all of which she treasured in her little cupboard at Nazareth. She had been given them by her women teachers in the temple and had been instructed in them by these holy women. She used to read them very often and pray for their fulfillment. Her prayers were ever full of yearning for the coming of the Messiah. She ever extolled as blessed her who should bear the Holy Child, and hoped only to be allowed to serve her as her lowest maidservant. Never in her humility had she thought that she herself might be the chosen one. Since she knew from those passages in the prophets that the Saviour was to be born in Bethlehem, she yielded joyfully to the divine will and began the journey, which was difficult for her at that time of the year, when it was often decidedly cold in the valleys between the ranges of hills. 5. On the journey to Bethlehem, this evening I saw Joseph and the Blessed Virgin, accompanied by Anna, Mary Cleophas, and some men servants, starting off from Anna's house. Mary sat on the comfortable side saddle of a donkey, which also carried her baggage. Joseph led the donkey. A second donkey was taken for Anna to ride back on. Her husband was away in the fields when they started on their journey. 5.1. The field Jinnim. The travellers are given a young she-ass from Anna's pasture. November 14th. This morning I saw the holy travellers arrive at an open field called Jinnim, 6 hours' journey from Nazareth, where the angel had appeared to Joseph 2 days before. Anna had a pasture here and the men servants were told to fetch the young she-ass which Joseph was to take with him. She sometimes ran in front of them and sometimes beside them. Anna and Mary Cleophas here took a tender farewell of the travellers and returned home with the men servants. This field Jinnim is several miles long and is shaped like a pear. Another field, called Gimme, lies nearer Nazareth, not far from a shepherd's village high up in the hills called Gimme, or Gimchi, where Jesus taught shepherds from the 7th to the 9th of September before his baptism. These shepherds had lepers hidden among them. He also healed here the dropsical woman of the house where he stayed, and was mocked by the Pharisees. Farther away from this place, and to the southwest of Nazareth, beyond the river Kishon, is a settlement of lepers, consisting of scattered huts round a lake formed by the river. Jesus healed here on September 30th, before his baptism. The field Jinnim, traversed today by the Holy Family, is separated from the other field Gimme by a little river or riverbed. The names are so alike that I may easily have confused them. I saw the Holy Family going on their way and climbing Mount Gilboa. They did not pass through any town. They followed the young she-ass, which always took lonely byways. I saw them stopping at a house in the hills belonging to Lazarus, not far from the town of Jinnim and in the direction of Samaria. The steward, who knew them from other journeys, gave them a friendly welcome. Their family was on intimate terms with Lazarus. There are beautiful orchards and avenues here. The house stands high, so that one has a very wide view from the roof. Lazarus inherited it from his father. Our Lord Jesus often stayed here during his ministry and taught in the surrounding country. The steward and his wife conversed in a very friendly way with the Blessed Virgin. They were surprised that she should have been willing to undertake such a long journey in her condition, when she might have had every comfort at home with her mother Anna. 5.2. Traveling at night. Mary and Joseph rest at the terebinth of Abraham, Thursday to Friday night, November the 15th to the 16th. I saw the Holy Family some hours' journey beyond this last place, going at night towards a mountain through a very cold valley. It looked as if there was hoar-frost on the ground. The Blessed Virgin was suffering from the cold and said to Joseph, "We must rest, I can go no farther." Hardly had she spoken when the she-ass that was running with them stood still under a terebinth tree, very big and old, near which was a spring of water. They stopped under this tree. Joseph spread coverings for the Blessed Virgin to sit on, after helping her to alight from the donkey, and she sat down under the tree. Joseph hung a lighted lantern, which he carried with him, on the lower branches of the tree. I often saw travellers in the country do this at night. The Blessed Virgin prayed earnestly to God that he would not suffer her to take harm from the cold. At once she was filled with so great a warmth that she held out her hands to St. Joseph to warm his. They refreshed themselves here with fruit and little loaves of bread, which they had with them, and drank water from the spring nearby, mixing it with balsam which Joseph had brought with him in a little jug. Joseph spoke very comfortingly to the Blessed Virgin. "He is so good, and so sorry that the journey is so difficult." When the Blessed Virgin complained of the cold, he spoke to her about the good lodging which he hoped to find for her in Bethlehem. He said he knew of a house with very good people where they would find a comfortable lodging at very little cost. It was, he said, better to pay something than to be taken in for nothing. He spoke highly of Bethlehem in general, and comforted the Blessed Virgin in every possible way. This upset me, because I knew well that things would turn out quite differently. Even this holy man, you see, indulged in human hopes. So far they have crossed 2 little streams in the course of their journey. One of these they crossed on a high footway, while the 2 donkeys waded through the water. It was strange to see how the young she-ass, who was free to go where she would, kept running round the travellers. Where the path narrowed, as for instance between hills, and so could not be mistaken, she ran sometimes before and sometimes behind them, but where there was a parting of the ways, she always appeared again and took the right path. Where they were to rest, she stood still, as here by the terebinth tree. I do not remember whether they spent the night under the tree, or whether they went on to another shelter. This terebinth was a very old and sacred tree, of the grove of Moreh near Shechem. When Abraham was journeying into the land of Canaan, he had here a vision of God, who promised him this land for his descendants. General 15. He then built an altar under the terebinth. Before Jacob went to Bethel, to sacrifice to the Lord, he buried under this terebinth all the strange gods of Laban and the jewels which his family carried with him. General 35.4. Under this tree Joshua built the tabernacle for the Ark of the Covenant and made the people assembled to renounce their idols. Joshua 24.26. It was here that Abimelech, the son of Gideon, was hailed as king of the Shechemites. Judges 9.6. 5.3. 2 hours south of the terebinth tree. They rest in an empty shed. November 16th. I saw the Holy Family spending the whole day here and praying together. I saw the mistress of the house and her 3 children with the Blessed Virgin, and the farmer's wife of the day before also came with her 2 children and paid the Blessed Virgin a visit. There was real intimacy among them as they sat together, and the 2 women were greatly impressed by Mary's wisdom and modest behaviour. They listened with great attention to the Blessed Virgin, who talked much with the children and taught them. The children had little parchment rolls from which Mary made them read to her. She spoke to them in such a lovely way about what they read that they could not take their eyes off her. It was sweet to see and sweeter still to hear. In the afternoon I saw St. Joseph walking about with the innkeeper in the country round, looking at the gardens and fields, and talking of holy things, as I saw was always the Sabbath practice of devout people in that land. They remained here for the following night as well. 5.5. They travel further southeast and they see the temple on Mount Gerizim. Sunday, November the 18th. The good people of this inn have become extremely fond of the Blessed Virgin, and have an intense sympathy with her and with her condition. They begged her in the most friendly way to stay and await her confinement here. They even showed her a comfortable room, which they would make ready for her. The woman offered her, with all her heart, to care for her and look after her in every way. However, they started again on their journey early in the morning, and went down a valley on the southeastern side of the mountains. They went farther away from Samaria, towards which the first part of their journey seemed to be directed. As they descended the hill, they could see the temple on Mount Gerizim, which is visible from a great distance. There are many figures of lions or other animals on the roof, which gleam white in the sunshine. I saw them traveling about 6 hours today, and towards evening I saw them arrive at a large shepherd's house in a field, where they were well received. This was about an hour's journey to the south, east of Shechem. The man of the house was a steward of the orchards and fields belonging to the neighboring town. The house was not right down in the plain, but on a slope. All the country here was better and more fertile than during the first part of their journey, for this was the sunny side, and in the promised land at this time of year that makes a considerable difference. Between here and Bethlehem lay many other shepherds' dwellings, scattered about in the intersecting valleys. The people here belonged to those shepherds whose daughters later married some of the followers of the 3 holy kings who remained behind when their masters left. From one of these marriages came a boy who was healed by our Lord in this house at the Blessed Virgin's request in the 2nd year of his ministry, on July 31st, the 7th day of the month Ab, after he had talked with the Samaritan woman. Jesus took him with 2 other youths as companions on his journey to Arabia, after the raising of Lazarus, and afterwards he became a disciple. Jesus often stayed here and taught. There were children in the house, and Joseph blessed them before he went away. November 19th. Today I saw them traveling in more level country. The Blessed Virgin sometimes goes on foot. They often stop to rest and refresh themselves. They have little loaves with them, and a drink which is both cooling and strengthening. This is contained in delicately made little jugs, shining like bronze, with 2 ears. It is balsam, which they mix with water. They sometimes pick berries and fruits which may still be found hanging in sunny places on the trees and bushes. Mary's saddle on the donkey has a footrest hanging on each side, so that her feet do not hang down as is usual in her country. She sits sometimes to the right and sometimes to the left of the pack donkey, which moves very quietly and evenly. Joseph's first action, whenever they rest by the way or stop for the night, is to make ready a comfortable place for the Blessed Virgin to sit and recite. He often washes his feet, and Mary does the same. They have the habit of washing often. It was already dark when they came to a house standing by itself. Joseph knocked at the door and asked for lodging. The master of the house refused, however, to open, and when Joseph explained Mary's condition and said that she could go no farther, adding that he was not asking for lodging without payment, the hard-hearted man retorted angrily that his house was not an inn, and that he wanted to be left alone and not disturbed by knocking, which he could not bear. He told Joseph to go on his way, and was so relentless that he did not even open the door, but shouted his harsh words from behind it. So they went on a little way and turned into a shed where they found the Shia standing. Joseph kindled a light and prepared a bed for the Blessed Virgin, with her help. He brought the pack donkey in, too, and found some straw and fodder for him. They prayed, took some refreshment, and slept for a few hours. It must be about 6 hours' journey from the last inn to this place. They must be some 26 hours from Nazareth and 10 from Jerusalem. Until now they have not taken any high roads, but have cut across several trade roads leading from the Jordan to Samaria and running into the highways which go from Syria to Egypt. The by roads which they took are very small, and in the mountains sometimes so narrow that a man must pick his way very carefully so as not to stumble. The donkeys, however, are very sure-footed. Their shelter here was on level ground. 5.6. Between Samaria and Judea. The fruitless fig tree north, east of Bethany, November 20th. The day had not yet broken when they left this place. Their way led uphill again. I think they were near the road leading from Gabaret to Jerusalem, and that the frontier between Samaria and Judea was here. They were again roughly refused admission at another house. When they were several hours north, east of Bethany, it happened that Mary was greatly in need of rest and refreshment, so Joseph turned off the road for about half an hour to a place where he knew there was a beautiful fig tree, which as a rule was full of fruit. This tree had benches round it for people to rest on. Joseph knew it from a former journey. When, however, they got there, they found no fruit at all on the tree, which distressed them very much. I have a dim recollection that afterwards Jesus had something to do with this tree. It never bore fruit any more, but was green, and I think that the Lord cursed it as he passed by when escaping from Jerusalem, and that it withered away. After this they came to a house where the man was at first very harsh to Joseph when he humbly asked him for lodging. He shone his light onto the Blessed Virgin's face and scoffed at Joseph for taking so young a woman about with him. He was, he supposed, jealous. The woman of the house then came up and took pity on the Blessed Virgin, showing her a room in a side building in a very friendly way, and bringing little loaves of bread for them to eat. The man, too, was sorry for his rudeness, and became very friendly towards the holy travellers. After this they came to a third house. It was inhabited by young people, but I saw an old man with a stick walking about in it. Their reception here was tolerably good but not particularly friendly. Nobody took much trouble about them. The people here were not real simple shepherds. They were like rich peasants with us who are more or less entangled in the world and in trade and so on. Jesus visited one of these houses on October 20th, the first day of the month Tessri, after his baptism, and found the resting place of his parents decorated and used as a praying place. I am not sure whether it was the one where the man had at first jeered at Joseph. I have a dim remembrance that the people there had arranged it like this immediately after the wonders accompanying his birth. Towards the end of their road Joseph made many halts, for the journey grew more and more difficult for the Blessed Virgin. They followed the way taken by the she-ass, and made a day and a half steamer eastwards of Jerusalem. Joseph's father had owned pastureland round here, so he knew the country very well. If they had travelled due south, across the desert behind Bethany, they would probably have reached Bethlehem in 6 hours, but that way was hilly and at that time of year very difficult, so the she-ass led them through valleys which brought them nearer to the Jordan. 5.7 They stop at a shepherd's large house. November 21st. Today I saw the holy travellers entering a big shepherd's house while it was still full day. This must be about 3 hours from John's baptizing place on the Jordan and about 7 hours from Bethlehem. It is the same house in which 30 years later Jesus spent the night of October 11th, before the morning on which he passed near the Baptist for the first time after his baptism. Near the house, and apart from it, was a shed in which were kept the agricultural implements and the shepherd's things. In the court was a fountain with baths round it, supplied with water from the fountain by pipes. The master of the house must have owned much land. It was a large establishment. I saw many menservants coming and going and having their meals there. The master of the house received the travellers in a very friendly way and was very ready to help. They were shown a comfortable room, and their pack donkey was well looked after. A manservant was told to wash Joseph's feet at the fountain and to give him other clothes while his own were cleaned from dust and smoothed out. A maid did the same for the Blessed Virgin. They ate and slept here. The mistress of the house was rather perverse in character. She lived in a separate room and kept herself apart. She had surreptitiously examined the travellers, and as she was young and vain she was vexed by the beauty of the Blessed Virgin. She was also afraid that Mary might appeal to her to let her stay and be confined there, so she kept away in a hostile spirit and insisted that they should leave the next day. This is the same woman whom Jesus found there in this house, blind and crippled, 30 years later on October 11th, after his baptism. After reproaching her for her inhospitality and vanity, he healed her. There were also children in the house. The Holy Family spent the night here. 5.8 A house owned by Joseph's relatives. They stay at an inn conducting a funeral. November 22nd. I saw the Holy Family leaving their place of shelter about midday. Some of the inmates of the house accompanied them for part of their way. After a short journey of about 2 hours westward, they came to a place where scattered houses, with gardens and forecourts, stand in a long row on either side of a main road. Some relations of Joseph's lived here. They were, as far as I remember, sons by a second marriage of a stepfather or stepmother. I saw the house. It had a good situation and was quite large. They went, however, right through this place, and then turned right for half an hour, in the direction of Jerusalem, until they reached a large inn, in the court of which there was a big fountain with many pipes. A large company was assembled here, attending a funeral. The interior of the house, in the centre of which was the fireplace and its chimney, had been made into one large ball by the removal of the low wooden screens, which at other times divided it into separate rooms. Black curtains hung behind the hearth, in front of which stood a veiled black object like a coffin. A large assembly of men were praying round it. They wore long black garments with short white ones over them, and some had black fringed maniples hanging on one arm. In another room women completely veiled were sitting on the floor in low boxes and mourning. The owners of the inn themselves, who were busy with the funeral, welcomed the travellers only from a distance. The servants of the house, however, gave them a very friendly reception and showed them every attention. A separate lodging was prepared for them by letting down mats which had been rolled up to the ceiling, so that they were in a kind of tent. There were many beds in this house rolled up against the wall, and mats could be let down to make many separate cells. Afterwards I saw the people of the house visiting the Holy Family and conversing with them in a friendly manner. They no longer wore the white garments over their black ones. After Joseph and Mary had refreshed themselves and taken a little food, they prayed together and retired to St. 5.9. The last stretch of road towards Bethlehem. The goodwill of the inn owners. November 23rd. Joseph and Mary left here for Bethlehem about midday. They still had some 3 hours' journey before them. The mistress of the house urged them to stay where they were, for, she said, it seemed to her that Mary might be delivered at any moment. Mary, however, dropping her veil, said that she had still 36 hours before her. I am not sure that she did not say 38. The woman was very anxious to keep her, not in the house itself, but in another building. As they left, I saw Joseph talking to the innkeeper about his donkeys. He spoke very highly of them, and said he had brought the she-ass with him in order to pawn her in case of necessity. When the people of the house spoke of the difficulty of finding lodging in Bethlehem, Joseph said he had friends there and would certainly be well received. It makes me always so sorry when he talks so certainly of being well received. He talked to Mary in that way, too, as they went along. One sees by this that even such holy people can be mistaken. 6. The arrival of the Holy Family in Bethlehem. The journey from the last inn to Bethlehem must have taken about 3 hours. They made a circuit round the north side of Bethlehem and approached the town from the west end. They made a halt under a tree some little way off the road. Mary alighted from the donkey and arranged her clothing, after which Joseph went with her to a large building a few minutes outside Bethlehem, surrounded by courtyards and other small buildings. There were trees in front of it, and round about it were crowds encamped in tents. This was the old ancestral house of David and once Joseph's family home. Relations or acquaintances of Joseph still lived there, but they treated him as a stranger and as a person whom they did not want to know. This house was now being used for the receipt of the money from the Roman taxation. Joseph, leading the donkey by the bridle, went at once to this house with the Blessed Virgin, because every new arrival had to report himself here and was given a paper, without which he could not be admitted into Bethlehem. After several pauses, Catherine Emmerich spoke as follows in her visionary state: "The young she-ass that runs free has not gone with them here, she has run off round the outside of the town towards the south, where it is flatter and there is a sort of open valley. Joseph has gone into the house. Mary is with some women in a little house beside the courtyard. They are very friendly to her and are giving her some food. These women are cooking for the soldiers. They are Roman soldiers, with strips of leather hanging round their loins. The weather here is very pleasant and not at all cold. The hill between Jerusalem and Bethany is in full sunshine. One has a fine view of it from here. Joseph is in a big room with an uneven floor. They are asking him who he is and are referring to long scrolls of which a great many are hanging on the walls. They unroll them and read aloud to him his ancestry and also Mary's. He did not seem to know that she also descended so directly from David through Joachim. He himself descended from an earlier offspring of David's. The man asks him, "Where is your wife?" Owing to many disorders, the people of the country have not been properly registered for 7 years. I see the figures V and 2, making 7. She forms this figure with her fingers. This taxation has been going on for several months. Some payments were made here and there during those 7 years, but nothing regular. The people were made to pay twice over. Some of them stayed here for as long as 3 months. Joseph came rather late to the tax office, but was treated in quite a friendly way. He has not paid anything yet, but was asked about his means, and stated that he had no land and lived by his handicraft and from the assistance given him by his wife's mother. There are a great number of scribes and high officials in many of the rooms. On the upper floors are Romans and many soldiers. There are also present Pharisees and Sadducees, priests, elders and every kind of official and scribe, both Jewish and Roman. There is no such commission in Jerusalem, but they are established in several other places, such as Magdala on the Sea of Galilee, where the inhabitants of Galilee are taxed, and also those of Sidon, I think because of their commercial dealings. Only the people who are not resident anywhere and have no land on which they can be taxed have to present themselves at their birthplace. From now on the tax has to be paid in 3 months in 3 installments. Each of these 3 installments goes to a different object. The first is shared by the Emperor Augustus, Herod, and another king who lives near Egypt. He has rendered some service in war and has a right to a district up in the north, so they have to apportion something to him. The second installment has to do with the building of the temple. It seems as if it were used to pay off a debt. The third installment is intended for widows and poor people, who have had nothing for a long time, but of all this little reaches the right people, just as happens today. The money is meant for nothing but good causes, and yet remains in the hands of the great. All this business of writing made a terrible fuss and commotion. Joseph was now allowed to go, and when he got downstairs the Blessed Virgin was called before the scribes in a passage, but they did not read anything aloud to her. They told Joseph that it was unnecessary for him to have brought his wife with him, and seemed to be bantering him on account of her youth. Joseph was ashamed of this being said before Mary. He was afraid she might think that he was not respected in his birthplace. 7. Seeking lodging in Bethlehem. After this they went on into Bethlehem, the buildings of which were at some distance from each other. The entrance was through ruined walls as if the gate had been destroyed. Mary remained with the donkey at the very entrance of the street while Joseph sought a lodging in the nearest houses, in vain, for Bethlehem was full of strangers, all running from place to place. Joseph returned to Mary, saying that as no shelter was to be found there, they would go on farther into the town. He led the donkey on by the bridle, and the Blessed Virgin walked beside him. When they came to the beginning of another street, Mary again stopped by the donkey, and Joseph again went from house to house in vain seeking a lodging, and again came sadly back. This happened several times, and the Blessed Virgin often had long to wait. Everywhere the houses were filled with people, everywhere he was turned away, so he said to Mary that they would go to another part of Bethlehem where they would surely find lodging. They went a little way back in the direction in which they had come and then turned southwards. They went hesitatingly through the street, which was more like a country road, for the houses were built on slopes. Here, too, their search was fruitless. On the other side of Bethlehem, where the houses lie farther apart, they came to a lower lying open space, like a field, where it was more solitary. There was a sort of shed here and, not far from it, a great spreading tree, with shady branches like a big lime tree. The trunk was smooth and the spreading branches made a kind of roof. Joseph led the Blessed Virgin to this tree, and made her a comfortable seat against its trunk with their bundles, so that she might rest while he sought for shelter in the houses near. The donkey stood with its head turned towards the tree. At first Mary stood upright, leaning against the tree. Her ample white woolen dress had no girdle and hung round her in folds. Her head was covered with a white veil. Many people passed by and looked at her, not knowing that the Redeemer was so near to them. She was so patient, so humble, so full of hopeful expectation. Ah, she had to wait a long, long time. She sat down at last on the rug, crossing her feet under her. She sat with her head bent and her hands crossed below her breast. Saint Joseph came back to her in great distress. He had found no shelter. His friends, of whom he had spoken to the Blessed Virgin, would hardly recognize him. He was in tears and Mary comforted him. He went once more from one house to another, but as he gave the approaching confinement of his wife as his chief reason for his request, he met with even more decided refusals. Although the place was solitary, the passers-by at last began to stand still and look curiously at the Blessed Virgin from a distance, as one may well do if one sees somebody waiting in the dusk for a long time. I think some of them even spoke to her, asking her who she was. At last Joseph came back. He was so upset that he came up hesitatingly. He said he had had no success, but he knew of one place outside the town, belonging to the shepherds, who often went there when coming with their flocks to the town. There they would, in any case, find a shelter. He said that he knew the place from childhood. When his brothers had tormented him, he had often escaped there to hide from them and to say his prayers. Even if the shepherds did come there, he would easily come to an understanding with them, but at this time of year they were seldom there. As soon as he had settled her there in peace and quiet, he would look round again for something else. They then went outside Bethlehem to the east of the town by a lonely footpath, going to the left. It was like a path along the ruined walls, ditches, and banks of some little town. At first, the path ascended slightly, and then descended after crossing a hill. On the east of the town, a few minutes outside it, they came to a hill or high bank, in front of which was an open space made pleasant by several trees. There were pine trees, cedar or terebinth, and other trees with small leaves like our box trees. The place was such as one might find right at the end of the old ramparts of some little town. In order to avoid continually interrupting the narrative, we will here describe as fully as possible the surroundings of this hill and the interior of the Cave of the Nativity according to the repeated accounts given by Catherine Emmerich. 8. Description of the Cave of the Nativity and its surroundings. From the following description, we have constructed a floor plan of the room of the Cave of the Nativity. Please refer to Figure 12. Among many other different grottos or cave dwellings, there was, at the south end of this hill, round which the road wound its way to the Shepherd's Valley, the cave in which Joseph sought shelter for the Blessed Virgin. From the west the entrance, Figure 12, Part 1, led eastwards into the hill through a narrow passage into a larger chamber, half semicircular and half triangular. The walls of the cave were of the natural rock, and only on the south side, which was encircled by the road to the Shepherd's Valley, was it completed by a little rough masonry. On this south side was another entrance, Figure 12, Part 5, into the cave, but this was generally blocked up, and Joseph had to clear it before he could use it. If you came out of this entrance and turned to the left, you came upon a wider entrance into a lower vault, Figure 12, Part 11, narrow and inconvenient, which stretched under the Cave of the Nativity. From the ordinary entrance to the cave, which faced westwards, one could see nothing but a few roofs and towers of Bethlehem. If you turned to the right upon exiting this entrance, you came to the entrance of a lower cave, Figure 12, Part 12, which was dark and was at one time the hiding place of the Blessed Virgin. In front of the main entrance, supported on posts, there was a light roof of reeds, Figure 12, Part 13, extending round the south of the cave to the entrance on that side, so that one could sit in front of the cave in shade. On the south side there were, high up, 3 openings for light and air, closed by gratings, fixed in masonry. There was a similar opening in the roof of the cave. This roof, which was covered with turf, formed the extremity of the ridge on which Bethlehem stood. 1. Cave entrance. 2. Sectioned off bedroom of St. Joseph. 3. A side cave. 4. Fireplace. 5. Southern side entrance. 6. Location of the donkey. 7. Fodder storage. 8. Birthplace of our Redeemer Jesus. 9. Where the 3 holy kings worshipped Jesus. 10. Location of the crib. 11. Entrance to an adjacent cave. 12. Another cave. 13. Reed roof on posts. From the west one came through a light wickerwork door into a moderately broad passage, opening into a chamber which was partly angular and partly semicircular. Towards the south it broadened out considerably, so that the ground plan of the whole can be compared to a head resting on its neck. As you came out of the neck of the cave, whose roof was lower, into the higher part of the cave with its natural vaulting, you stepped down to a lower level. The floor of the whole cave was, however, higher at the sides, round which ran a low stone bench of varying breadth. The walls of the cave, as nature had made them, were, though not quite smooth, clean and pleasant, and had something attractive about them. I liked them better than the rough, clumsy masonry, which had been added on, for instance on the upper part of the south wall of the entrance, where 3 openings for light and air had been made. In the centre of the roof of the cave there was another opening, and, if I remember rightly, I saw besides this 3 slanting holes piercing the upper part of the cave at intervals from south to east, and from the north side of the passage and entrance led into a smaller side cave. Figure 12, Part 3. Passing this entrance you came upon the place where Joseph lit his fire. Figure 12, Part 4. After that the wall turned northeast into the higher and bigger cave, and it was here that Joseph's pack donkey stood. Figure 12, Part 6. By the broad part of the stone bench which ran round its walls. Behind this, in the thickness of the rock wall to the north, was a small chamber, figure 12, part 7, just big enough to hold the donkey and containing fodder. The wall of the cave then turned southeast, encircling the chamber, which grew broader towards the south, and finally turned north to end at the main entrance. The Blessed Virgin was in the eastern part of this cave, figure 12, part 8, exactly opposite the entrance, when she gave birth to the light of the world. The crib, figure 12, part 10, in which the child Jesus was laid stood on the west side of the southern and more roomy part of the cave. This crib was a hollowed-out stone trough lying on the ground and used for cattle to drink from. Over it stood a longish, rectangular manger or rack, narrower below, and broader above, made of wood and lattice work, and raised on 4 feet, so that the beasts could comfortably eat the hay or grass in the rack and lower their heads to drink the water in the trough beneath. When the 3 holy kings presented their gifts, the Blessed Virgin was sitting with the child Jesus opposite the crib on the eastern side of this part of the cave, figure 12, part 9. From the place where the crib is, if you go out of the cave in a westerly direction into the so-called neck of the cave, you come first of all, following the southern wall, to the southern entrance mentioned above and later opened by Joseph, and then arrive at St. Joseph's own room, figure 12, part 2, which he later partitioned off on the south side by wicker screens in this passage. On this side there was a hollow in the wall where he put away all kinds of things. The road to the Shepherd's Valley ran past the south side of the cave. Here and there were little houses standing on hills, and scattered about in the fields were sheds thatched with reeds on 4, 6, or 8 posts, with wicker walls. Towards the east of the cave the ground fell into a closed valley, shut off on the north side and about a quarter of an hour's journey wide. Its slopes were covered with bushes, trees, and gardens. If one walked through the tall luxuriant grass in the meadow, watered by a spring, and through the trees planted in rows, one came to the eastern ridge of this valley. By following this very pleasant path in a southeasterly direction from the Cave of the Nativity, one came to a projecting spur of the ridge containing the rock tomb of Maraha, the nurse of Abraham, which was called the Milk Cave or the Suckling's Cave. The Blessed Virgin came here several times with the child Jesus. Above this cave was a great tree with seats in it, and from here one had a much better view of Bethlehem than from the Cave of the Nativity. I was told much that had happened in the Cave of the Nativity of symbolical and prophetical significance in Old Testament times, but can only remember that Seth, the child of promise, was here conceived and born by Eve after a 7 years' penance. She was told here by an angel that this seed was given by God in place of Abel. Seth was hidden and suckled by his mother in this cave and in Mara's cave, for his brothers were hostile to him just as Jacob's sons were to Joseph. In these caves, inhabited by men in earlier times, I have often seen places hollowed out by them in the rock in which they and their children could sleep in comfort on skins or grass. So perhaps the hollow in the stone bench beneath the crib may have been a sleeping place of Seth's, or of a later inmate. But I cannot say this for certain now. I also remember from my visions of the ministry of Jesus that the Lord, on October 6th, after his baptism, was keeping the Sabbath in the cave of the Nativity, which had been made into a place of prayer by the shepherds, and that he told the shepherds that his heavenly Father had appointed this as the place of his birth as soon as Mary had conceived. 9. The burial cave of Maraha, Abraham's nurse, also called the Cave of the Sucklings. Abraham had a nurse, Maraha, whom he greatly revered. She lived to a great age and he always took her on his journeys, riding on a camel. She lived with him for a long time in Succoth. Afterwards, towards the end of her life, she was here in the Shepherd's Valley, where he had his tents near to this cave. When she was more than 100 years old and her death was at hand, she asked Abraham to bury her in this cave, prophesying about it and naming it the Cave of Milk or the Cave of the Sucklings. Some miracle, which I have forgotten, happened here, and a spring of water burst forth. The cave was then a high narrow passage of a white and not very hard substance. A mound of this blocked up part of the passage but did not reach to the roof. If one climbed over this mound, one came to the entrances of other caves higher up. There were also several deep passages running into the hill under the cave. Later it was enlarged. Abraham made Marah's tomb out of the mound lying in the passage. Below was a massive block of stone on which rested a kind of heavy stone trough on short thick feet. The trough had a jagged top. One could see between the trough and the block under it. I was surprised to see nothing of it at the time of Jesus' birth. This cave with the nurse's tomb was symbolically prophetic of the mother of the Saviour giving suck to her child while pursued by enemies, for in Abraham's youth a symbolically prophetic persecution took place, and his nurse saved his life by hiding him in a cave. As far as I can remember, the king in Abraham's country had a dream or was told by prophecy about a child to be born who would become a danger to him. The king took measures to prevent this. Abraham's mother concealed her pregnancy and gave birth to him in secret in a cave. Maraha, the nurse, suckled him in secret. She lived as though she were a poor slave, and worked in a wilderness near the cave in which she suckled the child Abraham. Afterwards his parents took him back, and on account of his being unusually big he was thought to have been born before that prophecy. However, when he was a boy, he was again in danger as the result of some supernatural utterances, and the nurse again saved him by hiding him away. I saw her carrying him off in secret, tied to her waist under her big cloak. Many children of his size were murdered at that time. This cave had been a place of devotion since Abraham's time, particularly for mothers and their babies. This was prophetic, for the reverence paid to Abraham's nurse was symbolic of that paid to the Blessed Virgin. In the same way Elijah had seen the Blessed Virgin in the rain-bearing cloud, and had made a place of prayer in her honor on Mount Carmel, CP 28. Maraha had contributed to the coming of the Messiah by nourishing with her milk the ancestor of the Blessed Virgin. I cannot, alas, explain it rightly, but it was like a deep spring of water running through the whole of life and always being replenished, until there burst forth from it the clear stream of our Blessed Lady. This was the expression used by Catherine Emmerich in her state of ecstatic sleep. The tree which stood beside this cave was like a great lime tree, with big shady branches. It was a terebinth, pointed at the top and broad below. It had white seeds, which were oily and could be eaten. Abraham met Melchizedek under this tree, but I cannot remember on what occasion. Joseph enlarged the cave still more and closed the passages leading downwards from it. The tree stands on a hill. Beneath it is a door, set at a slant, leading into a passage or kind of vestibule where another door, set straight, opens into the tomb cave itself. The latter is round rather than square. The shepherds often used the passage to shelter in. This big old tree cast a wide shadow. It was regarded as sacred by the shepherds and others in the neighborhood, and also by devout travelers. It was the custom to rest and pray there. I do not remember the history of the tree, but it had some connection with Abraham. He may perhaps have planted it. Near it was a fireplace which could be covered over, and there was also a spring in front of the tree, from which the shepherds used at certain times to draw water supposed to have a special healing property. On each side of the tree there were open huts to sleep in. It was all surrounded by a fence. While Catherine Emmerich was recounting this, she was in great pain, and when the writer said to her, "So this was a terebinth tree," she answered in sudden absence of mind, "Tenebrae, not terebinth, under the shadow of your wings, that is a wing, tenebrae, under your shadow will I rejoice." The writer did not understand the significance of these words. Perhaps she was applying the words of the psalm to the tree. She spoke with great intensity of feeling and seemed to be comforting herself with these words. "St. Helena built a church here and Mass has been said here. I think it seemed to be in a chapel dedicated to St. Nicholas." 10. The Holy Family moves into the Cave of the Nativity. November 23rd. The sun was already low when they reached the entrance of the cave. The young Shias, which had left them at Joseph's ancestral house to run round the outside of the town, met them as soon as they arrived here and gambolled joyfully round them. "Look," said the Blessed Virgin to Joseph, "it is certainly the will of God that we should go in here." Joseph was, however, very distressed and secretly ashamed at having spoken so often of their good reception in Bethlehem. He put the pack donkey under the shelter by the entrance of the cave and prepared a place for the Blessed Virgin to rest there while he kindled a light, opened the wickerwork door of the cave, and went into it. The passage into the cave was narrow, for it was full of bundles of straw like rushes, stacked against the walls with brown mats hanging over them. Behind, the cave itself was encumbered with a quantity of things. Joseph cleared out as much as was necessary to make a comfortable resting place for the Blessed Virgin at the eastern end of the cave. Then he fastened a burning lamp in the wall of the dark cave and led the Blessed Virgin in. She sat down on the couch of rugs and bundles which he had prepared. He apologized most humbly for the poorness of the shelter, but Mary was joyful and contented in her inmost spirit. As she rested there, Joseph hurried with a skin, which he had brought with him, into the valley meadow behind the hill, where there was a tiny brook. He fastened the skin with 2 pegs under the spring so that the water had to run into it, and then brought it back to the cave. Then he went to the town and fetched little bowls, some fruit, and bundles of twigs. The Sabbath was approaching, and because of the many strangers in the town, who were in urgent need of all kinds of things, tables had been set up at the street corners where indispensable necessities could be bought at reduced prices. Those who sold were men servants, or people who were not Jews. I cannot quite remember about this. Joseph came back bringing burning coals in a sort of closed metal basket, with a handle like a stock under it. He emptied these out by the entrance to the cave on the northern side and made a little fire. He had the fire basket and other small utensils with him on the journey. The bundle of wood was of thin sticks, neatly tied together with broad rushes. Joseph then prepared a meal. It consisted of a kind of porridge made from yellow grains, and a cooked fruit, thick, and when opened for eating, full of seeds. There were also little flat loaves of bread. After they had eaten and prayed, Joseph prepared a sleeping place for the Blessed Virgin. He first made a mattress of rushes, and then spread on it a coverlet of the kind I have described as having been prepared in Anna's house. At the head he put a rolled-up rug. After bringing in the pack donkey and tying him up out of the way, he closed the openings in the roof to keep out the draught, and then prepared his own sleeping place in the entrance. As the Sabbath had now begun, he stood with the Blessed Virgin under the lamp, reciting the Sabbath prayers with her, after which they ate their little meal in a spirit of great piety. Joseph then left the cave and went into the town, while Mary wrapped herself up to lie down to rest. During Joseph's absence I saw for the first time the Blessed Virgin kneeling in prayer. She knelt on her couch, and then lay down on the coverlet on her side. Her head rested on her arm, which lay on the pillow. Joseph did not come back till late. He was distressed and I think he wept. He prayed and then lay down meekly on his couch at the entrance of the cave. 11. Mary concludes the Sabbath in the burial cave of Maraha. Sunday, November the 24th. Catherine Emmerich was very ill today and could communicate only the little that follows. The Blessed Virgin spent the Sabbath in the cave of the Nativity in prayer and meditation and in great spiritual fervor. Joseph went out several times, probably to the synagogue in Bethlehem. I saw them sharing the food which had been prepared the day before, and praying together. In the afternoon of the Sabbath, when it is the Jewish custom to go for a walk, Joseph took the Blessed Virgin through the valley behind the cave to the tomb of Maraha, Abraham's nurse. They spent some time in this cave, which was roomier than the cave of the Nativity, and in which Joseph had prepared a place for the Blessed Virgin to sit. The rest of the time they spent under the sacred tree near it, in prayer and meditation, until some time after the close of the Sabbath, when Joseph took her back again. Mary had told St. Joseph that tonight at midnight would be the hour of the child's birth, for then the 9 months since the Annunciation would have been completed. She begged him to do all that was possible on his part so that they might show as much honor as they could to the child promised by God and supernaturally conceived. She asked him, too, to join with her in praying for the hard-hearted people who had refused to give them shelter. Joseph suggested to the Blessed Virgin that he should summon to her assistance some pious women whom he knew in Bethlehem. She declined, however, saying that she needed no human help. Just before the close of the Sabbath, Joseph went into Bethlehem, and as soon as the sun had set, he quickly bought a few necessary things, a stool, a little low table, a few little bowls, and some dried fruit and grapes. With them he hurried back to the cave and then to the tomb of Maraha, and took the Blessed Virgin back to the cave of the Nativity, where she lay down on her couch in the easternmost corner. Joseph prepared some more food, and they ate and prayed together. He then completely divided off his sleeping place from the rest of the cave by surrounding it with posts and hanging on them mats which he had found in the cave. He fed the donkey, which was standing to the left of the entrance against the wall of the cave. Then he filled the manger above the crib with rushes and fine grass or moss, and spread a covering over it which hung down over the edge. On the Blessed Virgin telling him that her time was drawing near and that he was to retire into his room and pray, he hung up some more burning lamps in the cave and went out, as he had heard a noise outside. Here he found the young she-ass, who until now had been wandering about loose in the valley of the shepherds. She came joyfully running up and gambolled round him. He tied her up under the shelter before the cave and stood fodder before her. When Joseph came back into the cave and stood at the entrance to his sleeping place looking towards the Blessed Virgin, he saw her with her face turned towards the east, kneeling on the bed facing away from him. He saw her as it were surrounded by flames. The whole cave was as if filled with supernatural light. He gazed at her like Moses when he saw the burning bush. Then he went into his little cell in holy awe and threw himself on his face in prayer. 11. Christ's birth. I saw the radiance round the Blessed Virgin ever growing greater. The light of the lamps which Joseph had lit was no longer visible. The Blessed Virgin knelt on her rug in an ample unjerked robe spread out round her, her face turned towards the east. At midnight she was wrapped in an ecstasy of prayer. I saw her lifted from the earth, so that I saw the ground beneath her. Her hands were crossed on her breast, and the radiance about her increased. Everything, even things without life, were in a joyful inner motion. The stones of the roof, of the walls, and of the floor of the cave became as it were alive in the light. Then I no longer saw the roof of the cave. A pathway of light opened above Mary, rising with ever-increasing glory towards the height of heaven. In this pathway of light there was a wonderful movement of glories interpenetrating each other, and, as they approached, appearing more clearly in the form of choirs of heavenly spirits. Meanwhile the Blessed Virgin, borne up in ecstasy, was now gazing downwards, adoring her God, whose mother she had become and who lay on the earth before her in the form of a helpless newborn child. I saw a Redeemer as a tiny child, shining with a light that overpowered all the surrounding radiance, and lying on the carpet at the Blessed Virgin's knees. It seemed to me as if he were at first quite small and then grew before my eyes. But the movement of the intense radiance was such that I cannot say for certain how I saw it. The Blessed Virgin remained for some time wrapped in ecstasy. I saw her laying a cloth over the child, but at first she did not touch him or take him up. After some time I saw the child Jesus move and heard him cry. Then Mary seemed to come to herself, and she took the child up from the carpet, wrapping him in the cloth which covered him, and held him in her arms to her breast, and she sat there enveloping herself and the child completely in her veil, and I think Mary suckled the Redeemer. I saw angels round her in human forms, lying on their faces and adoring the child. It might have been an hour after his birth when Mary called St. Joseph, who was still lying in prayer. When he came near, he threw himself down on his face in devout joy and humility. It was only when Mary begged him to take to his heart, in joy and thankfulness, the holy present of the Most High God, that he stood up, took the child Jesus in his arms, and praised God with tears of joy. The Blessed Virgin then wrapped the child Jesus in swaddling bands. I cannot now remember how these bands were wound round. I only know that the child was wrapped to his armpits first in red and then white bands, and that his head and shoulders were wrapped in another little cloth. Mary had only 4 sets of swaddling bands with her. Then I saw Mary and Joseph sitting side by side on the bare earth with their feet under them. They did not speak, and seemed both to be sunk in meditation. On the carpet before Mary lay the newborn Jesus in swaddling clothes, a little child, beautiful and radiant as lightning. Ah, I thought, this place enshrines the salvation of the whole world, and no one guesses it. Then they laid the child in the manger, which was filled with rushes and delicate plants and covered with a cloth hanging over the sides. It stood above the stone trough lying on the ground, to the right of the entrance, where the cave makes a big curve towards the south. This part of the cave was at a lower level than the place where our Lord was born. The floor slanted downwards in a step-like formation. After laying the child in the crib, they both stood beside him giving praise to God with tears of joy. Joseph then arranged the Blessed Virgin's resting place and her seat beside the crib. See figure 13. Both before and after the birth of Jesus, I saw her dressed in white and veiled. I saw her there in the first days after the Nativity, sitting, kneeling, standing, and sleeping on her side, wrapped up but in no way ill or exhausted. When people came to see her, she wrapped herself up more closely and sat upright on her lying in coverlet. 1. Great joy in nature. Glory to God in the high saint, in these pictures of Christ's birth, which I see as an historical event and not as a feast of the Church. I do not see such radiant and ecstatic joy in nature as I do on Christmas night, when the vision that I see expresses an interior significance. Yet I saw in this vision an unwonted joy and an extraordinary movement at midnight in many places, even to the uttermost parts of the earth. I saw the hearts of many good men filled with joyful yearning, while all the wicked were overcome by great fear. I saw many animals filled with joy. In some places I saw flowers, herbs, and shrubs shooting up, and trees drinking in refreshment and scattering sweet scents. I saw many springs of water gush forth and increase. In the night of the Saviour's birth, an abundant spring welled up in the cave in the hill to the north of the cave of the Nativity. Next day St. Joseph captured it and made an outlet for it. The sky was dull over Bethlehem and had a dull reddish glow, but over the cave of the Nativity and over the valley by Martha's tomb and the Shepherd's Valley lay a shining mist of dew. In the Shepherd's Valley there was a hill about an hour and a half's journey from the cave of the Nativity, where the vineyards begin which stretch from there towards Gaza. On this hill were the huts of 3 shepherds who were the rulers of the shepherds' families in this region, just as the 3 holy kings were rulers of the tribes belonging to them. About twice as far away from the cave of the Nativity as this hill was the so-called Shepherd's Tower. Please refer to figure 14. This was a very high pyramid-shaped erection of wood and beams, built among green trees on a base of big stones on a hill in the midst of the fields. It was surrounded by stairs and galleries, and in places there were little covered stands like watchtowers. It was all hung with mats. It resembled those tower-like edifices which were used in the land of the 3 holy kings to observe the stars at night. From the distance it looked like a tall many-masted ship under sail. One had from it a very wide view of the whole region. One saw Jerusalem, and also the Mount of Temptation in the desert of Jericho. The shepherds stationed men up there to watch the flocks as they moved about, and to give warning of danger by blowing horns if they saw in the distance robbers or armed bands. The families of the various shepherds lived round the tower within a circle of some 5 hours in circumference. Their farms were separate and surrounded by fields and gardens. The tower was their general meeting place, as it was also for the watchers, who kept their belongings here and got their food from here. There were huts built on the slopes of the hill on which the tower stood, and separate from these there was a large shed, divided into many partitions, where the wives of the watchers lived and prepared food for them. Here by the tower I saw tonight some of the flocks and herds out in the open, but by the hill of the 3 shepherds I saw them in a shed. When Jesus was born, I saw the 3 shepherds standing together before their hut, marveling at the wonderful night. They looked about them, and were astonished to see a wonderful radiance over the place where the cave of the Nativity was. I also saw the shepherds at the more distant tower in great commotion. I saw some of them climbing the tower and gazing at the strange radiance over the cave. As the 3 shepherds thus gazed up into the sky, I saw a cloud of light sinking down towards them. As it drew near, I perceived a movement in it, a changing and transformation into figures and forms, and I heard a song which gradually grew louder. It was sweet and gentle and yet clear and joyful. The shepherds were at first afraid, but forthwith an angel stood before them and spoke to them. "Fear not," he said, "for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy that shall be to all the people, for this day is born to you a Saviour, who is Christ the Lord, in the city of David. And this shall be a sign to you. You shall find the infant wrapped in swaddling clothes and laid in a manger." While the angel was announcing this, the radiance round him increased, and I now saw 5 or 7 beautiful great shining forms of angels standing before the shepherds. They were holding in their hands a long scroll on which was written something in letters as big as one's hand, and I heard them praising God and singing glory be to God in the highest, and on earth peace to men of good will. The shepherds at the tower saw the same vision, but somewhat later. The angels also appeared to a third party of shepherds near a spring 3 hours from Bethlehem and to the east of the shepherd's tower. I did not see the shepherds hasten at once to the cave of the Nativity, which was about an hour and a half distant from the 3 shepherds and twice as far from the tower. But I saw them at once consulting together as to what they should bring as a present to the newborn child and getting their gifts together with all speed. They did not arrive at the crib until early in the morning. 2. Occurrences during the birth of Christ in different locations. At the time that the child Jesus was born, my soul made countless journeys to all parts of the world, to see the wonderful happenings at the birth of our Saviour. As, however, I was very ill and tired, it often seemed to me as if the pictures came to me instead of I to them. I have seen countless events, but have forgotten most of them because of much suffering and many disturbances. All that I can remember are the following fragments. 3. Revelations of the birth to the kinswomen and friends of the Blessed Virgin. I saw last night that Naomi, the teacher of the Blessed Virgin, and the prophetess Anna, and the aged Simeon in the temple, and the Blessed Virgin's mother, Anna, in Nazareth, and Elizabeth in Jutta, all had visions and revelations about the birth of the Saviour. I saw the child John, in Elizabeth's house, moved by wonderful joy. Though they all saw and recognized Mary in these visions, they did not know where the miracle had taken place, not even Elizabeth. Anna alone knew that Bethlehem was the place of salvation. 4. Occurrences during the birth of Christ in Jerusalem. Last night I saw a wonderful happening in the temple. All the written scrolls of the Sadducees were several times hurled out of their shelves and strewn about the floor. This caused great alarm. They ascribed it to sorcery and paid much money to keep it secret. She here recounted some obscure story about 2 sons of Herods who were Sadducees and had been placed in the temple by him, and how he was always engaged in some dispute or other with the Pharisees, and was always trying by underhand means to obtain more power in the temple. 5. Occurrences during the birth of Christ in Rome. I saw much in Rome last night, but of all the pictures I saw I have forgotten many and may easily have confused some of them. I will tell them as I remember them. When Jesus was born, I saw that in Rome, on the other side of the river, where many Jews lived, she here described not very clearly a place like a hill surrounded by water, forming a kind of peninsula. A spring as of oil burst forth and caused general astonishment. A magnificent idol of Jupiter also broke in pieces in a temple of which the whole roof fell in. They made sacrifices in great alarm, and asked another idol, of Venus, I think, what this signified, and received the answer, which must have been spoken by the devil out of the mouth of the idol. This befell because a virgin without a husband conceived a son and has now given birth to him. This idol spoke also of the fountain of oil that had sprung forth. Where it sprang forth, there now stands a church dedicated to the Mother of God. I saw the heathen priests consulting their records in great alarm. 70 years before, when that idol was being magnificently adorned with gold and precious stones, and was being honored with solemn sacrifices, there lived in Rome a very good and pious woman, I am not sure whether she was a Jewess or not, whose name sounded like Serena or Kirina. She had enough money to live on, saw visions, and was impelled to prophecy. I have forgotten a great deal about her, but I think she used often to tell people the cause of their unfruitfulness. This woman had openly proclaimed that such costly honors should not be paid to the idol, for one day it would burst asunder. The priests called her to account because of this declaration, and demanded that she should say when this would happen, and as she could not at once reply, she was imprisoned and tortured until she obtained by her prayers to God the reply that the idol would break in pieces when a pure virgin should bear a son. This announcement was received with derision, and she was released as being out of her senses. Now, when the collapse of the temple did indeed shatter the idol, they recognized that she had prophesied truly, and were astonished at her having fixed a time for this event. They knew of course nothing of Christ having been born of the Blessed Virgin. I saw that both the Roman consuls called for reports about this event and about the appearance of the fountain of oil. One of the consuls was called Lentulus and was an ancestor of the martyred priest Moses, and of the Lentulus who was a friend of St. Peter in Rome. I also saw something connected with the Emperor Augustus, but can no longer remember it distinctly. I saw the emperor with some other men on a hill in Rome, on the other side of which was the temple that had fallen in. There were steps leading up the hill, which had a golden gate on it. Business matters were settled there. When the emperor descended the hill, he saw on the right-hand side, over the top of the hill, an apparition in the sky. Please refer to figure 15. It was a vision of a virgin above a rainbow, and a child was soaring up from her. I think that only he saw it. He asked for an explanation of this apparition from an oracle that had long been dumb, and it gave an answer about a newborn child, before whom all must give way. Thereupon he caused an altar to be set up on the hill over which he had seen the appearance, and dedicated it with many sacrifices to the firstborn of God. I have forgotten much of all this. 6. Occurrences during the birth of Christ in Egypt. I saw also in Egypt an event which proclaimed the birth of Crescent far away in the country beyond Materia, Heliopolis, and Memphis. A great idol, which until then had uttered oracles of many kinds, fell suddenly silent. The king then ordered that great sacrifices should be offered throughout the country in order that the idol might explain its silence. The idol was thereupon obliged by God to say that it was silent and must give way because a virgin had given birth to a son, to whom a temple would here be erected. On hearing this, the king of the country decided to build a temple in his honor near the temple of the idol. I cannot clearly remember what happened, but I know that the idol was taken away and a temple was built here in honor of the virgin with the child whom it had proclaimed, and that she was there honored after their heathen fashion. 7. Visions appear during the birth of Christ to the three holy kings. At the hour when the child Jesus was born, I saw a wonderful vision which appeared to the three holy kings. These kings were star worshippers and had a tower shaped like a pyramid with steps. It was made partly of timber and was on the top of a hill. One of them was always there, with several priests, to observe the stars. They always wrote down what they saw and communicated it to each other. On this night I think I saw two of the kings on this tower. The third, who lived to the east of the Caspian Sea, was not with them. They always observed one particular star, in which they saw various changes. They also saw visions in the sky. Last night I saw the picture which appeared to them. There were several variations of it. They did not see it in one star, but in a figure composed of several stars, and these stars were in motion. They saw a beautiful rainbow over the moon, which was in one of its quarters. Upon the rainbow a virgin was enthroned. Her right foot was resting on the moon. To the left of the virgin, on the rainbow, was a vine, and on the right a sheaf of wheat. In front of the virgin I saw the form of a chalice, shaped like the one used by our Lord at the institution of the Blessed Sacrament. It seemed to rise up or to issue more clearly out of the radiance surrounding it. I saw a little child coming forth out of this chalice, and above the child a transparent disc, like an empty monstrance, from which rays like airs of wheat proceeded. It made me think of the Blessed Sacrament. On the right-hand side of the child issuing from the chalice, a branch grew forth on which an octagonal church blossomed like a flower. It had a great golden gate and two small side doors. The Virgin moved the chalice, the child, and the host with her right hand, guiding them into the church before her. I saw into it, and as I did so it seemed to become quite big. I saw an appearance of the Holy Trinity in the back of the church. The tower of the church rose above this appearance, which at last turned into a city radiant with light, like the heavenly Jerusalem. In this picture I saw many things developing out of each other as I looked into this church, but I can no longer remember in what order I saw them, nor can I recollect in what manner the kings were informed that the child had been born in Judea. The third king who lived farther away saw the same picture in his own home in the same hour. The kings were filled with inexpressible joy at this vision, and immediately gathered together their treasures and presents and began their journey. It was only after several days that all three met. Already in the days just before the birth of Christ I noticed that they were in a state of great activity on their observatory tower and saw visions of many kinds. How great was God's compassion towards the heathen! Shall I tell you from whence this prophecy came to the kings? I will recount now only just the end of it, for at this moment I cannot remember the whole. The ancestors of the three kings, from whom they descended in an unbroken line from father to son, lived as long ago as 500 years before Christ's birth. Elijah must have lived 800 years before Christ. Their ancestors were richer and more powerful than the three kings, for their possessions and inheritances had not been so much divided up as later on. Even in those times they lived in cities of tents, except the ancestor to the east of the Caspian Sea, whose city I now see. Its foundations are of stone, and the tents are set up on these, for it lies beside the sea, which often overflows. Here on the mountains one is so high up, I see a sea to my right and one to my left. It is like looking into a black hole. These chieftains were already at that time star worshippers, but besides that they practiced dreadfully evil ceremonies. They sacrificed old men and cripples and slaughtered children as well. The most cruel of all their practices was to put the children, dressed in white, into cauldrons, and to boil them alive. But at last all this was changed for the better, and in spite of it God allowed these blind heathens to know of the birth of the Redeemer so long beforehand. In those days 3 daughters of these early chieftains were living at the same time. They were learned in the science of the stars, and all received at the same time the spirit of prophecy. They all 3 saw at the same time in a vision that a star should rise out of Jacob and that a virgin should give birth to the Saviour without knowing man. They wore long cloaks, and went about the whole country, preaching amendment of life and announcing that the messengers of the Redeemer would one day come to them and bring them the ceremonies of the true religion. They also prophesied many things about our own and even later times. The fathers of these 3 virgins then built a temple in honor of the future Mother of God to the south of the sea, where their 3 countries met, and made sacrifices to her, some of them in that cruel manner of which I have spoken. The prophecies of the 3 virgins included something definite about a picture in the stars and various transformations in it, whereupon they began to look for this picture from a hill near the temple to the future Mother of God. They took note of everything, and according to what they observed they kept on making various alterations on and in their temples, in their ceremonies and in their decorations. They varied the color of the tent roof of the temple, which was sometimes blue, sometimes red, and sometimes yellow or still another color. They transferred, and this seemed to me remarkable, their weekly feast day to the Sabbath. Before it used to be Thursday, and I still remember its name. Here she stammered something which sounded like Tana or Tanada, but was not clearly audible. 8. Vision fragments which determine the exact date of the birth of Christ. In the course of her visions of Christmas night, Catherine Emmerich saw much that indicated the exact date of Christ's birth, but she forgot a great deal of it owing to illness and the disturbance of receiving visitors on the following day, which was her name day, the feast of St. Catherine. That evening, however, shortly after these visits, she repeatedly gave utterance, in a state of trance, to the following fragments of these visions. It should be noted that she sees all dates written in Roman figures, i.e., with letters, and finds some difficulty in reading them, though she nearly always makes herself clear by repeating them several times in the order in which they appear or by showing them on her fingers. Today she did both. This is what she said. Now, you can read this. Look, there it is. Christ was born when the year of the world 3997 was not yet quite completed. Afterwards people forgot the period of 3 years, and a portion of a year, which intervened between his birth and the year 4000, and then reckoned our new era as beginning 4 years later, so that Christ was born 7 years and a portion of a year earlier than according to our reckoning. One of the consuls in Rome at the time was called Lentulus. He was an ancestor of the priest and martyr Moses, of whom I possess a relic here, and who lived at the time of St. Cyprian. The Lentulus who was a friend of St. Peter in Rome also descended from him. Christ was born in the 45th year of the Emperor Augustus. Herod reigned 40 years in all until his death. He was, it is true, only a vassal king for 7 years, but harassed the country grievously, and committed many cruelties. He died about the time of Christ's 6th year. I think that his death was kept a secret for some time. His end was dreadful, and in the last days of his life, he was responsible for many murders and much misery. I saw him crawling about in a room padded with cushions. He had a spear, and stabbed at anyone who came near him. Jesus must have been born about the 34th year of Herod's reign. 2 years before the entry of Mary into the temple, just 17 years before the birth of Christ, Herod ordered that work should be done in the temple. It was not a rebuilding of the temple, but alterations and embellishments were made here and there. The flight into Egypt took place when Christ was 9 months old, and the massacre of the innocents was in his 2nd year. She mentioned, in addition, many other things, incidents, features, and journeys from Herod's life, which showed how clearly she saw everything, but it was impossible to collect and arrange these very numerous communications, some of which she recounted only in fragments. The birth of Christ occurred in a year which the Jews reckoned as having 13 months. This must have been some such arrangement as our leap years. I think I have forgotten something about the Jews having months of 21 and 22 days twice a year. I heard something about feast days connected with this, but have only a dim recollection of it all. I also saw how at different times something was altered in their calendar. It was after their coming out of a captivity, and the temple was being added to at the same time. I saw the man who altered the calendar and I knew his name. He or she tried to remember and said in her how German dialect, with a smiling pretense of impatience, I can't remember the fellow's name. I think Christ was born in the month Kislev. The reason why the church keeps the feast exactly a month later than the actual event is because at one time, when an alteration in the calendar was made, some days and seasons were completely omitted. I once saw it very plainly, but can no longer recall it properly. 9. The Adoration of the Shepherds. Sunday, November the 25th. Morning. In the early dawn after Christ's birth, the 3 chief shepherds came from their hill to the cave of the Nativity with their presents, which they had gathered together beforehand. These presents were little animals not unlike roe deer. If they were kids, those in that country look very different from ours here at home. They had long necks, very clear beautiful eyes, and were very swift and graceful. The shepherds led them behind and beside them on long, thin cords. The shepherds also had strings of dead birds hanging over their shoulders, and carried some bigger live birds under their arms. When they knocked shyly at the door of the cave, St. Joseph came towards them with a friendly greeting. They told him what the angel had announced to them that night, and how they were come to worship the child of the promise and to present their poor gifts to him. Joseph took their gifts with humble gratitude, and made them take the animals into the little chamber, the entrance of which is by the southern door of the cave. Then he accompanied them into the cave itself, and led the 3 shepherds up to the Blessed Virgin, who was sitting on the coverlet on the ground by the crib, holding the child Jesus before her on her lap. The shepherds, holding their staffs in their hands, threw themselves humbly on their knees before Jesus, weeping for joy. They remained a long time speechless with bliss and then sang the angels' hymn of praise, which they had heard in the night, and a psalm which I have forgotten. When they got up to go away, the Blessed Virgin put the little Jesus into their arms one after the other. They gave him back to her with tears and left the cave. Sunday, November the 25th, evening. During the whole day Catherine Emmerich was in great distress of body and mind. She had hardly fallen asleep in the evening when she at once felt herself transported to the promised land. During this year she had been also contemplating the first year of Christ's ministry, and particularly his 40 days fast, and she exclaimed in childlike wonder, "What a moving sight! On one side I see Jesus, as a man 30 years of age fasting and tempted in a cave in the wilderness, and on the other I see him as a newborn child in the cave of the Nativity, adored by the shepherds from the shepherd's tower." After these words the visionary rose from her couch with astonishing rapidity, ran to the open door of her room and called in an ecstasy of joy to some friends who were in the outer room, "Come quickly, quickly to adore the child, he is in my room." She returned as rapidly to her couch, and began, quivering with rapture and devotion, to sing in a clear, inexpressibly moving voice the Magnificat, Gloria in Excelsis, and some other unknown hymns of praise. These were simple but profound and were partly in rhyme. In one hymn she sang second. She was in an unusually joyful and excited mood and said next morning, "Yesterday evening several shepherds and shepherdesses and children from the shepherd's tower, which is 4 hours away, came to the crib with presents. They brought eggs, birds, honey, woven stuffs of different colors, little bunches of what looked like raw silk, and bushes of a rush-like shrub with big leaves and ears full of thick grains." After handing their presents to St. Joseph, they came up humbly to the crib, beside which the Blessed Virgin sat. They greeted her and the child, and then, kneeling round her, they sang some lovely hymns, the Gloria in Excelsis, and a few short verses. I sang with them. They sang in parts. In one of the hymns I sang second. I remember the words more or less. "O little child, red as a rose, like a herald you come forth." When they made their farewell, they bent over the crib as though they were kissing the infant Jesus. 10. The shepherds assist St. Joseph. Essene women render service to the Blessed Virgin. November 26th. Today I saw the 3 shepherds taking it in turns to help St. Joseph to arrange things more comfortably in the cave, round about it and in the side caves. I also saw several devout women with the Blessed Virgin, assisting her in various ways. These women were Essenes, and lived not far from the cave, as you went round to the east of the hill. They lived near each other in the deep part of the valley, in little chambers high up in the rock at a place where the hill had broken away. They had small gardens beside their dwellings and gave lessons to children belonging to their sect. St. Joseph had asked them to come. He knew this community since his childhood, for when as a boy he hid himself from his brothers in the cave of the Nativity, he sometimes visited these pious women in their rock dwellings. They took it in turns to come to the Blessed Virgin, bringing her bundles of wood and other small necessities, and cooking and washing for the Holy Family. 11. The donkey kneels before Jesus. St. Anne's maid from Nazareth comes to Mary. November 27th. Today I saw a very touching scene in the cave. Joseph and Mary were standing by the crib, looking at the infant Jesus with great devotion, when the donkey threw himself suddenly on his knees and bent his head down to the ground. Mary and Joseph wept. In the evening came messengers from Anna, the Blessed Virgin's Holy Mother. An elderly man and Anna's maidservant, a widow who was related to her, arrived from Nazareth. Please see figure 16. They brought all kinds of little things which Mary needed. They were greatly moved at seeing the infant, and the old manservant wept tears of joy. He soon started home again to bring Anna news. The maidservant remained with the Blessed Virgin. 12. The Blessed Virgin hides from emissaries of Herod. November 28th. Today I saw the Blessed Virgin with the infant Jesus and the maidservant leaving the cave for several hours. I saw that after coming out of the door she turned to the right under the projecting thatched roof, then took a few steps and hid herself in the side cave. This was the cave where the fountain of water sprang up at Christ's birth and was captured by Joseph. She remained 4 hours in this cave, but later she spent a few days there. Joseph had been there at dawn to make a few arrangements for her comfort. They were given an inner warning to go there, for today there came to the cave from Bethlehem some men, emissaries of Herod, I think, because of the rumor, spread abroad by the shepherds' talk, that some wonderful thing had happened there connected with a child. I saw these men exchanging a few remarks with St. Joseph, whom they met in front of the cave of the Nativity in the company of the shepherds. When they saw how poor and simple he was, they left him with supercilious smiles. The Blessed Virgin remained with the infant Jesus about 4 hours in the side cave, and then returned to the crib. The cave of the Nativity is pleasantly situated and very quiet. No one comes here from Bethlehem, except the shepherds whose duties bring them here. In general, no one in Bethlehem pays any attention to what happens out here, for owing to the many strangers, there is a great press of people coming and going in the town. There is much buying and slaughtering of beasts, as many of the people present pay their taxes with beasts. There are also many heathen there, who work as servants. This evening Catherine Emmerich said suddenly in her sleep, "Herod has had a pious man murdered who had an important post in the temple. He invited him most warmly to visit him at Jericho, and had him murdered on the way." He was opposed to Herod's pretensions regarding the temple. In spite of Herod being accused of this murder, his power over the temple increases. She again insisted that Herod had appointed 2 of his natural sons to high places in the temple, that these were Sadducees and that they betrayed to him everything that went on there. 13. The angel's appearance to the shepherds has become widespread. November 29th. Early this morning the friendly innkeeper from the last inn, in which the Holy Family spent the night from November the 22nd to the 23rd, sent a servant with presents to the cave, and in the course of the day he came himself to worship the child. The appearance of the angels to the shepherds in the hour of Christ's birth has made the story of the wonderful child of the promise known to all good folk here in the valleys, and these people have come to worship the child whom they had sheltered unknown to themselves. 14. Many people visit the child Jesus on the way to Bethlehem. Joseph pawns the she-ass. November 30th. Today several shepherds and other good people came to the cave of the Nativity and worshipped the infant Jesus with great fervor. They were dressed in their best and were on their way to Bethlehem for the Sabbath. Among these people I saw the surly shepherd's good wife, who had given shelter to the Holy Family on November 20th. She might have taken a more direct road from her home to go to Jerusalem for the Sabbath, but she made a detour by Bethlehem in order to pay respect to the Holy Child and his dear parents. The good woman was full of happiness at having shown them loving kindness. Today, I also saw St. Joseph's relations, near whose dwelling the Holy Family had passed the night of November 22nd, come to the cave and greet the child. Among them was the father of that Jonadab who at the crucifixion brought Jesus a cloth to cover his nakedness. He had heard from the innkeeper of his village about Joseph's journey through the place and about the wonderful happenings at the birth of the child, and had come here with presents for him on his way to the Sabbath at Bethlehem. He greeted Mary and worshipped the infant Jesus. Joseph was very friendly with him. He accepted nothing from him, but gave him the young she-ass, who had been running free with them, as a pledge, on condition that he could redeem her on repayment of the money. Joseph needed the money to pay for the presents and the meal at the circumcision ceremony. After Joseph had finished this business and everybody had gone to the synagogue in Bethlehem, he hung up in the cave the Sabbath lamp with 7 wicks, lit it, and put beneath it a table covered with a red and white cloth on which lay prayer scrolls. Here under the lamp he celebrated the eve of the Sabbath, reciting prayers with the Blessed Virgin and Anna's maidservant. 2 shepherds stood farther back in the entrance of the cave. The Essene women were also present, and afterwards they prepared the meal. Today, the eve of the Sabbath, the Essene women and the maidservant prepared several dishes for the next day. I saw the plucked and cleaned birds being roasted on a spit over the glowing embers. While roasting them they rolled them in a kind of flour made by pounding grains, which grew in the ears of a rush-like plant. This plant grows wild only in damp, marshy places in the country and on the sunny side. In some places it is cultivated. It grows wild near Bethlehem and Hebron, but I never saw it near Nazareth. The shepherds of the tower had brought some of it to Joseph. I saw them making the grains into a thick shiny white paste, and they also baked cakes with the flour. I saw open holes under the fireplace, very hot, where they baked cakes as well as birds and other things. They kept for themselves very little of the many provisions given by the shepherds to St. Joseph. Most of it went as presents and as food for others, especially for the poor. Tomorrow evening, during the meal at the circumcision ceremony, there will be a great distribution. 12. The circumcision of Jesus. 1. Preparation for the circumcision. Joseph fetches the priests from Bethlehem. December 1st. This afternoon I saw several more people who were keeping the Sabbath come to the cave of the Nativity, and in the evening, after the Sabbath was over, I saw the Essene women and Mary's maidservant preparing a meal in an arbour in front of the entrance to the cave. Joseph had begun to put up this arbour with the shepherds several days before. He had also cleared out his room at the entrance to the cave, covering the floor with rugs and decorating everything as festively as his poverty allowed. He had made all these arrangements before the Sabbath began, for tomorrow at daybreak is the 8th day from the birth of Christ, when the child must be circumcised according to God's commandment. Towards evening Joseph had gone to Bethlehem, and returned with 3 priests, an elderly man, and a woman who seemed to act as a kind of nurse at this solemn ceremony. She brought with her a chair specially kept for these occasions, and a thick octagonal stone slab containing what was necessary. All these things were put down on mats spread out at the place where the ceremony was to take place. This was at the entrance to the cave, not far from the crib, between the partition lately removed by Joseph and the hearth place. The chair was really a box, and could be drawn out to form a sort of low couch with an arm at one side. It was covered with red material. It was more for lying than sitting on. The octagonal stone slab must have been over 2 feet in diameter. In its centre there was an octagonal cavity covered with a metal plate. In it were 3 boxes and a stone knife in separate compartments. This stone slab was placed beside the chair on a 3-legged stool, which until now had always stood, covered with a cloth, on the place where our Lord was born. When all had been arranged, the priests greeted the Blessed Virgin and the infant Jesus. They spoke friendly words to her and took the child in their arms with emotion. A meal was then eaten in the arbour before the entrance, and a crowd of poor people, who, as always happens on such occasions, had followed the priests, surrounded the table and were given presents throughout the meal by Joseph and the priests, so that soon everything was distributed. I saw the sun go down. It looked bigger than here at home. I saw its low rays shining through the open door into the cave of the Nativity. 2. The circumcision of Christ, the name Jesus. Sunday, December the 2nd. She does not mention whether after yesterday's meal the priests again returned to the town and did not come back till next morning, or whether they passed the night at or near the cave. There were lamps lit in the cave and I saw them often praying and singing during the night. The circumcision took place at dawn, 8 days after the birth of our Lord. The Blessed Virgin was distressed and anxious. She had herself prepared the little cloths to catch the blood, and to bandage the child, and had kept them at her breast in a fold of her mantle. The octagonal stone slab was covered by the priests, first with red and then with white. This was accompanied by prayers and ceremonies. One of the priests then placed himself in the chair, leaning back rather than sitting in it, while the Blessed Virgin, who was veiled and holding the infant Jesus in her arms at the back of the cave, handed the child to the maidservant together with the bandages. St. Joseph took him from the maidservant and gave him to the nurse who had come with the priests. She laid the little Jesus, covered with a veil, upon the cloth on the octagonal stone slab. Prayers were again offered. Then, the woman unwrapped the child from his swaddling clothes and placed him on the lap of the priest in the chair. St. Joseph bent down over the priest's shoulders and held the upper part of the child's body. 2 priests knelt to right and left, each holding one of the child's feet. The one who was to perform the holy ceremony knelt before the child. The cover was removed from the stone to disclose the 3 boxes with healing ointments and lotions. The handle and the blade of the knife were both of stone. The smooth brown handle had a groove into which the blade could be shot down. The latter was of the yellow colour of raw silk, and did not seem to me to be sharp. The cut was made with the hook-shaped point of the blade, which when opened must have been 9 inches long. The priest also made use of his sharp finger-nails for the operation. Afterwards he sucked the wound and dabbed it with healing lotion and some soothing substance from the boxes. The part that was cut off he placed between 2 round discs of some precious material, shining and reddish-brown in colour, and slightly hollowed out in the centre, making a kind of flat box. This was handed to the Blessed Virgin. The nurse now took the child, bandaged him, and wrapped him again in his swaddling clothes. Up till now these, which were red beneath and white above, had been wound round up to under the arms. Now the little arms were also wrapped round, and the veil was wrapped round his head instead of covering it. He was then again laid on the octagonal slab of stone, which was covered with its cloths, and more prayers were said over him. Although I know that the angel had told Joseph that the child was to be called Jesus, yet I remember that the priest did not at once approve of this name, and therefore fell to praying. I then saw a shining angel appear before the priest, holding before his eyes a tablet, like that on the cross, with the name of Jesus. I do not know whether he or any of the other priests saw this angel as I did, but he was awestruck, and I saw him writing this name by divine inspiration on a parchment. The infant Jesus wept loudly after the sacred ceremony, and I saw that he was given back to St. Joseph. He laid him in the arms of the Blessed Virgin, who was standing with two women in the back of the cave. She wept as she took him, and withdrew into the corner where the crib was. Here she sat down, wrapped in her veil, and soothed the crying infant by giving him her breast. Saint Joseph also gave her the little blood-stained cloths. The nurse kept the little bloody shreds of stuff that remained. Prayers were again said and hymns sung. The lamp was still burning, but day was breaking. After a while the Blessed Virgin came forward herself with the child and laid him down on the octagonal stone. The priests held out their hands to her, crossed over the child. After this she retired, taking the child with her. Before the priests left, taking with them all that they had brought, they ate a light meal in the arbor with Joseph and a few shepherds who had been standing at the entrance to the cave. I learned that all those who took part in this holy ceremony were good people, and that the priests were later enlightened and obtained salvation. During the whole morning, generous presents were given to poor people who came to the door. During the ceremony the donkey was tied up farther away. Today crowds of dirty, swarthy beggars went past the cave, carrying bundles, coming from the valley of the shepherds. They seemed to be going to Jerusalem for some feast. They were very violent in demanding alms, and cursed and raged horribly at the crib because they were not satisfied with Joseph's presents. I do not know what was wrong with these people. I felt a great dislike for them. Today the nurse came again to the Blessed Virgin and bandaged the infant Jesus. In the night that followed I saw the child often restless with pain and crying a great deal. Mary and Joseph took him in their arms, in turns, carrying him about and comforting him. 3. Elizabeth visits the manger. December 3rd. This evening I saw Elizabeth coming from Jutta to the cave of the Nativity. She was riding on a donkey led by an aged manservant. Joseph received her very warmly, and she and Mary embraced each other with intense joy. She pressed the infant Jesus to her heart with tears. Her couch was prepared beside the place where Jesus was born. In front of this place there stood sometimes a high stand like a sewing trestle, with a little box on it. They often laid the infant Jesus in this box, standing round him in prayer and caressing him. This must be the custom there, for I saw in Anna's house the child Mary lying on a similar stand. Elizabeth and Mary talked to each other in the sweetest intimacy. 4. Familiarity between Mary and Elizabeth. Mary confides her pains and joys. December 4th. Yesterday evening and again today I saw Mary and Elizabeth sitting together in sweet converse, and I felt myself to be with them and heard all their talk with heartfelt joy. The Blessed Virgin told her everything that had happened to her, and when she described their difficulty in finding a lodging in Bethlehem, Elizabeth wept in sympathy. She also told her much about the birth of the infant Jesus, and I can remember something of this. She said that at the time of the Annunciation she had lost consciousness for 10 minutes, and had felt as if her heart had grown to double its size, and as if she were filled with inexpressible grace. At the hour of the birth of Christ she had been full of endless yearning, and had been wrapped in ecstasy, feeling as though she were uplifted, kneeling, by angels. Then she had felt as though her heart was split in twain, and that one half had gone from her. She had remained thus for 10 minutes without consciousness. Then she had had a feeling of inner emptiness, and an intense yearning for an infinite salvation outside herself, whereas before she had always felt that it was within her. She had then seen a glow of light before her, in which the form of her child seemed to grow before her eyes. Then she had seen his movements and heard his crying, and coming to herself, had taken him up from the ground to her breast. At first she had been as in a dream, and had not dared to lift up the little child surrounded with radiance. She also said that she had not been conscious of having given birth to the child. Elizabeth said to her, "You have been more favored in giving birth than other women. The birth of John was a joy indeed, but it was otherwise than with you." That is all that I remember of their talk. Today I saw many people visiting the Blessed Virgin and the infant Jesus. I also saw a lot of ill-behaved folk like the day before going by and stopping at the door to demand alms, cursing and raging. Joseph did not give them any presents this time. Towards evening Mary again hid herself with the infant Jesus and Elizabeth in the cave at the side of the cave of the Nativity, and I think Mary remained there the whole night. This happened because all kinds of inquisitive and important people from Bethlehem crowded to the crib, and the Blessed Virgin did not wish to be seen by them. Today I saw the Blessed Virgin leave the cave of the Nativity with the infant Jesus and go into another cave to the right of it. The entrance was very narrow, and 14 steep steps led down first into a small cellar-like chamber and then into a vaulted chamber which was more spacious than the cave of the Nativity. The space near the entrance was semicircular, and Joseph divided this oil by a hanging curtain, leaving a rectangular room beyond. The light fell not from above, but through side openings pierced in the thick rock. During the last few days I saw an old man clearing out of this cave a lot of brushwood and bundles of straw or rushes such as Joseph used for kindling. It must have been a shepherd who helped in this way. This cave was lighter and more spacious than the cave of the Nativity. The donkey was not kept here. I saw the infant Jesus lying here in a hollowed trough on the ground. In the last few days I often saw Mary showing her child to visitors who came singly. He was covered with a veil, but otherwise had nothing on but a bandage round his body. At other times I saw the little child all swelled up again. I see the nurse often visiting the child. Mary gave her a generous share of the gifts brought by the visitors, which she distributed amongst the needy in Bethlehem. 13. The Journey of the Three Holy Kings to Bethlehem 1821. Catherine Emmerich had already, in the course of 1819 and 1820, communicated a series of visions of the Three Holy Kings' journey to Bethlehem. But, as at the time she was following the dates of the feasts of the Church in her contemplations, the period of 13 days from Christmas to the Epiphany was too short for their long journey, and she communicated only some descriptions of single halting places. As, however, in 1821 she dated the day of Christ's birth a month earlier, that is to say on November 25th, and saw the departure of the kings for Judea on that day, there remained a space of about a month's time for the journey. She said, in defining its length, "I always saw the kings approaching Bethlehem when I was putting out the crib in the convent, that is to say, about December 25th. Thus, it is more likely that Herod would no longer find the child in Bethlehem after the departure of the kings, since the departure of the Holy Family could then have already occurred. 1. The kings see the star and begin their travel. November 25th. I have already related on Christmas Day how I saw the birth of Christ being announced to the kings on Christmas night. I saw Menser and the dark-skinned sire gazing at the stars from a field in Mensor's country. Everything was prepared for their departure. They were on a pyramid-shaped tower looking through long tubes at the Star of Jacob, which had a tail. The star split asunder before their eyes, and I saw a great shining virgin appear therein, before whom a radiant child hovered in the air. At his right hand a branch grew forth, bearing, like a flower, a little tower with several entrances. This tower was finally transformed into a city. I cannot remember the picture completely. Immediately after seeing this picture they both started off. Theokeno, the third king, lived a few days' journey farther to the east. He saw the same star picture in the same hour, and set off at once in great haste in order to overtake his two friends quickly, which he succeeded in doing. November 26th. I went to sleep with a great longing to be with the Mother of God in the cave of the Nativity, and to be given by her the infant Jesus to hold in my arms for a little and to press him to my heart. I did come there, at night. Joseph was asleep behind his partition to the right of the entrance, his head resting on his right arm. Mary sat at her usual place beside the crib. She was awake, and held the infant Jesus to her breast under her veil. When she sat watching in the daytime, a piece of her coverlet was rolled up to make a pillow behind her back as a support. Now, at night, she lay back on her couch so that her head was lower. I fell on my knees and prayed with great longing that I might hold the child for a little. Ah, she knew well what I wanted. She knows everything and accepts everything with such loving, touching sympathy if one prays with real faith. But she was so still, so quiet and so full of adoring mother love, and she did not give me the child, I think because she was suckling him. I would not have either. But my longing increased continually, and joined in the stream of longing of all the souls who yearn for the infant Jesus. This burning desire for our Saviour was, however, nowhere so pure, innocent, childlike, and true as in the hearts of the beloved holy kings from the East, all of whose ancestors had for centuries waited for him, in faith, hope, and love. So my longing drew me then to them, and when I had finished my adoration, I crept softly and reverently out of the cave, so as to make no disturbance, and was taken on a long journey, in the train of the three holy kings. On this journey I saw many things, many strange countries and dwellings and many different peoples, their clothes and their manners and customs as well as many idolatrous ceremonies that they performed, but I have forgotten most of it. I will relate as well as I can what still remains clear in my memory. I was taken eastwards to a region where I had never been before. It was mostly sand and desert. On some of the hills lived people in groups of 5 to 8, like families, inhabiting huts made of brushwood. The brushwood roof was built against the hill out of which the living rooms were hollowed. On going in, I saw that the huts were divided into rooms by partitions. The front and back rooms were larger than the central ones. Nothing at all grew in that region but low bushes, and here and there a little tree bearing buds out of which the people pulled white wool. Besides these I saw a few larger trees under which they had placed their idols. These men must have been still in a very wild state, for they seemed to me to eat little but meat, and even the raw flesh of birds. They seemed to live partly by robbery. They were as dark as copper and had foxy yellow hair. They were small, thick-set, and rather fat, but very skillful, agile, and active. They seemed to have no domestic animals and no flocks or herds. They wore, I saw, but little clothing. Please refer to figure 17. The men had short aprons hanging in folds under their girdle before and behind, and wore on their breast a sort of narrow diagonally ribbed scapulary, fastened across the shoulders and round the neck. This narrow breast covering seemed to be elastic and could be pulled out longer. Their whole back down to the girdle was uncovered except for the strap across the shoulders. On their heads they wore hoods tied round with a band, and having a sort of rosette or knot on the forehead. The women wore short skirts halfway down to the knee. The breast and the lower part of the body was covered with what looked like the front of a jacket, the edge of which came down to the girdle. This garment was closed at the neck with a strip of stuff of the shape and size of a stole. It was scalloped round the shoulders, but plain over the breast. Their head covering was a cap crowned by a button shaped like a truncated goblet. This cap was drawn down to make a point over the forehead, and covered the ears and part of the cheek. Behind the ears and at the back of the head, this cap had loose flaps of stuff between which cushions of hair could be seen. The breast covering of the women was coloured, and was quilted or embroidered with yellow and green designs. It was decorated in front down the middle with buttons and scalloped on the shoulders. The embroidery was rather coarse, as on old vestments. Their upper arms were covered with bracelets. These people made blankets or something like them out of the white wool, which they took from the buds of the little trees. 2 of them tied a wad of this wool round their bodies, and each walked backwards away from the other, spinning from the wool round the other one's body a very long cord as thick as a finger. These cords they then plaited together to make broad strips. When they had prepared a great number of them, they went in troops, bearing great rolls of these blankets on their heads, to sell them in a town. Here and there in this region I saw their idols under great trees. They had heads of horned oxen with wide open mouths, and lower down in their body was a wider opening, where fire was lit, to burn the offerings placed in the smaller openings. Round these idol trees stood little stone pillars on each of which were small figures of other animals, such as birds, dragons, and a figure with 3 dogs' heads and a coiled snake's tail. At the beginning of my journey I had the feeling of there being a great piece of water to my right from which I was, however, always going farther away. After I had left the region inhabited by these people, my path continually ascended, and I had to cross a mountain ridge of white sand, covered in many places with all kinds of little broken black stones, like broken pots and dishes. On the farther side of this ridge I came down a valley into a region covered with many trees, growing in almost regular rows. There were trees there with scaly trunks and enormous leaves, also pyramid-shaped ones with very big, beautiful flowers. These last had yellowish-green leaves and branches with buds. I also saw trees with quite smooth heart-shaped leaves. Thereafter I came into a region consisting of wide endless pasture, lands between hills, where there were countless flocks and herds of different kinds. Vines grew on the slopes of the hills, and were cultivated, for there were rows of them on terraces, protected by little wattle fences. The owners of the herds lived in tents with flat roofs. The entrance was closed by a door of light wickerwork. These tents were made of the white woolen stuff, woven by the wild people I had seen, but they were covered over with pieces of brownish stuff overlapping each other like scales and hanging down in a shaggy edge. They looked as if they were made of moss or fur. One big tent stood in the middle, and many smaller ones in a wide circle round it. The flocks and herds, divided according to their kind, went out into the wide pastures, interspersed here and there in the distance with expanses of bushes, like low woods. I was able to distinguish herds of very different kinds of animals. I saw sheep with fleeces of long twisted wool and long woolly tails, and also very agile animals with horns like he-goats. These were as big as calves. Others were the size of the horses which run wild on our moors at home. I also saw droves of camels and animals like them only with two humps. In one place I saw some elephants in an enclosure, white ones and spotted ones. They were quite tame and were used only for domestic work. In this vision I was thrice interrupted by having my attention turned in other directions, but I always came back, though at another time of day, to this picture of pastoral activity. These herds and pasturages seemed to me to belong to one of the kings now on their travels. I think it was Menser and his family. They were tended by under-shepherds wearing coats reaching to the knee, rather like the coats worn by our peasants, only that they fitted tight round the body. I think that now that their chief was going away for some long time, all the herds were being examined and counted by overseers, and the under-shepherds had to render account, for from time to time I saw more important people arriving in long cloaks and inspecting everything. They went into the big central tent, and the herds were then driven past between it and the small tents to be counted and looked at. The persons who received the reckonings had in their hands tablets, I do not know of what material, on which they wrote something. I thought as I watched them, how I wish our bishops would examine as diligently the flocks in the care of their under-shepherds. When I again returned to the pasturages after the last interruption, it was night. A deep stillness rested on the place. Most of the shepherds were asleep under the small tents, only a few crept about, watching over the sleeping herds. These lay at rest in great enclosures, divided according to their kind, some crowded together and some less so. It was for me a deeply moving and edifying sight, this great pasture full of peacefully sleeping herds, the servants of mankind, and above them the immeasurable expanse of the deep blue pastures of heaven, filled with countless stars, stars which had come forth at the bidding of their almighty Creator. They followed the voice of their shepherd, like true sheep with greater obedience than the sheep of earth give to their mortal shepherds. And, when I saw the waking shepherds wandering to and fro and turning their eyes more to the starry flocks above than to the earthly ones below who were entrusted to their care, I thought within myself, they are right to look up in astonishment and gratitude to where their ancestors have for centuries turned their expectant gaze in longing and prayer. The good shepherd seeks for the lost sheep and rests not till he has found it and brought it home. So does the Heavenly Father, the true shepherd of all these countless flocks of stars in immeasurable space. When man, whom he had made Lord of the earth, sinned, and as a punishment the earth became cursed to him, God sought out fallen man and his home the earth like the lost sheep. He even sent down his only begotten Son to become man, to bring the lost sheep home, to take upon himself as the Lamb of God, the sins of mankind, and, by dying himself, to make satisfaction for those sins to the divine justice. And now the coming of the promised Redeemer was at hand, and the kings of these shepherds, led by a star, had set forth the night before to pay homage to the newborn Redeemer. That was why the watchers of the flocks looked up in awe and adoration to the heavenly pastures, for the shepherd of the shepherds came down from above, and his coming was announced first of all to the shepherds. While I was meditating on all this in the wide pasture land, I was aware of the stillness of the night being broken by the sound of hoofs hurriedly approaching. It was a troop of men riding on camels. They passed quickly by the sleeping herds to the main tent of the shepherd's encampment. Woken by the noise, some of the camels got up from their sleeping position and stretched their long necks towards the riders, and lambs woke up bleating. Some of the new corners alighted from their beasts and woke the sleeping shepherds in the tents, while the nearest herdsmen came up to greet the riders. Soon all were awake and gathered round the new arrivals. There was much talking, and all looked and pointed at the stars. They were speaking of a star or of some apparition in the heavens, which must have already disappeared, for I did not see it. These newcomers were Theokeno and his train. He was the third king, and the one who lived farthest away. He had seen in his home the same picture in the skies, and had at once set forth and journeyed to this place. He asked how far ahead of him Menser and Sire might be, and whether the star whose guidance they had followed could still be seen. After receiving the news for which he asked, Theokeno and his followers went on their way quickly without any delay. This was the place where the three kings, coming from their separate homes, used generally to meet to observe the stars. The pyramidal tower, from which they looked at the stars through long tubes, was close by. Theokeno lived farther away than the others, beyond the region which was Abraham's first dwelling place. They all lived near that region. 2. Visions of Abraham, Hagar, and Ishmael. In the intervals between the visions of the 3 days during which I saw what was happening on that wide pasture land, I was shown much about the places in which Abraham lived, but have forgotten most of it. Once, in the distance, I saw the mountain on which Abraham was preparing to sacrifice Isaac. Another time I was shown very clearly Hagar and Ishmael in the desert, although this happened a long way from here. I cannot remember in what connection this was. Abraham's first dwelling place was high up, and the lands of the 3 kings were below and round it. I will here describe the picture of Ishmael and Hagar. At the side of Abraham's mountain, more towards the lower part of the valley, I saw Hagar and her son wandering about in the bushes. She seemed quite beside herself. The boy was only a few years old and was wearing a long dress. His mother was wrapped in a long cloak which covered her head. Under it she wore a short dress, the upper part of which was tied round her body, and her arms, too, were tightly wrapped round. She laid the child under a tree on a hill, and made signs on his forehead, on the middle of his right upper arm, on his breast, and on his left upper arm. When she went away I did not see the mark on his forehead, but the other marks, which had been made on his clothing, remained visible as if drawn in red-brown colour. These marks were in the form of a cross, but not an ordinary one. They were like a Maltese cross, only the points of the 4 triangles were arranged in the shape of a cross round a ring. In the 4 triangles she wrote signs or letters, like hooks, whose significance I could not clearly retain in my mind. I saw her also write 2 or 3 letters in the ring, in the middle. She drew this very rapidly with some red colour, which she seemed to have in her hand, or perhaps it was blood. As she did this she kept her thumb and forefinger pressed together. Thereupon she turned round, gazed up to heaven, and did not look round again at her son. She went about a gunshot's distance away and sat down under a tree. She heard a voice from heaven, rose up and went farther away. Again she heard a voice, and saw a spring of water under the leaves. She filled her leather water bottle at the spring, and going back to her son, gave him to drink and led him to the spring, where she put another garment over the one she had marked with crosses. That is what I remember of this vision. I think that I saw Hagar in the desert twice before, once before the birth of her son, and the second time with the young Ishmael as now. 3. Theokeno catches up to the train of Menser and Sire in a deserted city, the night of November the 27th to the 28th. When Catherine Emmerich communicated in 1821 these visions of the journey of the 3 holy kings, she had already related the whole of Jesus' earthly ministry, and had amongst other things seen how, after the raising of Lazarus, which she saw happening on September 7th of the third year of his ministry, he withdrew beyond the Jordan. During his 16 weeks' absence there, he visited the three holy kings, who on their return from their journey to Bethlehem had settled altogether, with their attendants, nearer to the promised land. Only Menser and Theoceno were alive then. The dark-skinned sire was in his grave when Jesus came there. It seems necessary to inform the reader about these events, which were 32 years later in date but described earlier by Catherine Emmerich, in order that certain references to them in what follows may be understandable. In the night of the 27th to the 28th of November I saw, as day began to dawn, Theoceno and his retinue overtake Menser and Sire, after whom they had been hurrying, in a deserted city with great rows of isolated high columns. By the gates, which were square ruined towers, and in other places stood many large and beautiful statues, not so stiff as in Egypt but in beautiful living attitudes. This region was very sandy and rocky. In the ruins of this deserted city people who looked like bands of robbers had settled themselves. They wore nothing but a skin round their bodies and carried spears in their hands. They were brown in colour, short, and stocky, but remarkably agile. I had a feeling that I had been in this place before, perhaps on those journeys which I made in my dreams to the mountain of the prophet and the river Ganges. After the three kings and their followers had met here, they left at dawn in haste to continue their journey. Many of the rabble who lived here joined them because of the king's generosity. After Christ's death, 2 disciples, Saturnin and Jonadab, the half-brother of Peter, were sent by St. John the Evangelist to this deserted city to preach the gospel. 4. The historical colours and names of the three holy kings. I now saw all the three holy kings together. The last arrival was the one who lived farthest away, Theoceno. His face was of a beautiful yellowish colour. I recognized him as the one who was lying ill in his tent, when 32 years later Jesus visited the kings in their settlement nearer the promised land. Each of the three kings had with him 4 near relations, or friends of his family, so that, counting the kings, there were 15 important people of the party, besides the crowd of servants and camel drivers that followed them. Amongst the many youths in their retinue, who were quite naked from the waist upwards, and were astonishingly agile in leaping and running, I recognized the young Eleazar, who later became a martyr and of whom I possess a relic. In the afternoon, when her confessor again asked her for the names of the three holy kings, she answered, Menser, the brown-faced one, after Christ's death received the name of Leander on his baptism by St. Thomas. Theoceno, the old, yellow-faced one, who was ill when Jesus visited Menser's camp in Arabia, was baptized Leo by St. Thomas. The brown-skinned one, who was already dead when Jesus made his visit, was called Sire or Seer. Her confessor asked her, how then was he baptized? She answered smiling and without hesitation, he was already dead and had received the baptism of desire. Her confessor then said, I have never heard these names in my life. How then did they get the names of Caspar, Melchior, and Balthasar? She replied, they were called this because it goes with their character, for these names mean, 1. He goes with love. 2. He wanders about, he approaches gently and with ingratiating manners. 3. He makes rapid decisions, he quickly directs his will to the will of God. She said this with great friendliness, and expressed the meaning of the names by making pantomimic gestures with her hand on the bed coverlet. It must remain for the language experts to decide how far these words can be made to bear these meanings. 5. The train of the three holy kings rests at a spring. November 28th. It was not, I think, until a half-day's journey from the deserted city, with its many columns and statues, that I first really joined the three kings in their train. It was in a more fertile region. One could see shepherds' dwellings here and there, with walls of black and white stones. The travellers came to a spring of water in the plain, near which there were several large sheds, open at the side. 3 stood in the middle with others round them. This seemed to be a customary halting place for caravans. I saw that the whole procession was divided into 3 separate parties. Each had 5 leaders, one being the chief or king, who, like a master of the house, saw to everything, gave orders, and apportioned the work. The members of each of these three parties had faces of different colours. Mensor's tribe was of a pleasing brownish colour, Thurs was brown, and Theokonos a bright yellow. I saw none shining black in colour except some slaves, who were in all three parties. The leaders sat on their high-loaded beasts between bundles covered with carpets. They had staffs in their hands. They were followed by other beasts, almost as big as horses and ridden by servants and slaves with luggage. When they arrived at the halting place they dismounted, unloaded the beasts completely and watered them at the spring, which was surrounded by a little rampart on which was a wall with 3 openings in it. The cistern was at the bottom of this enclosure. It had a fountain with 3 water pipes closed by pegs. The cistern was covered with a lid, which a man who had come with them from the deserted city opened in return for a fee. They had leather vessels, which could be folded up quite flat, with 4 partitions. These were filled with water, and 4 camels always drank from them at the same time. They were very careful with the water, and not a drop was allowed to be wasted. After drinking, the camels were led into open enclosures near the spring, each in a separate compartment. Fodder which had been brought with them was shaken out into the stone troughs in front of them. It consisted of grains of the size of acorns, perhaps beans. Amongst the baggage there were also big square bird cages, narrow and high, hanging by the sides of the camels under the larger packages. In these were birds, single or in couples, according to their size. They were as big as pigeons or loons, and were kept in separate compartments as food on the journey. They carried their loaves of bread, which were all of the same size, in leather cases, packing the slabs tightly together and taking out only so much as they needed each time. They had with them very costly vessels of yellow metal, some of them ornamented with precious stones. These were almost exactly like our chalices and incense boats in shape. They drank from them and handed round food on them. The rims of most of these vessels were set with red jewels. The 3 tribes differed somewhat in their clothing. Please refer to figure 18. Theokeno, the yellow-skinned, and his family, as well as Mensur, the light brown one, wore high hoods embroidered in colours with a strip of thick white stuff wound round them. Their coats, which were very simple, with few buttons or ornaments on the breast, reached almost to their ankles. They wrapped themselves in light cloaks, very full and flowing, so that they trailed on the ground behind them. Sire, the brown-skinned one, and his family wore caps with little white pads and round hoods embroidered in colours on which was a disk of another colour. Their cloaks were shorter than the others, but longer at the back than in front. Their coats were buttoned to the knee and were decorated at the breast with braid and tinsel and thickly set with shining buttons. On one side of the breast, they wore a shining little shield like a star. All wore sandals, the soles of which were fastened round their bare feet with cords. The more important ones had short swords or long knives in their girdles, with many pouches and boxes hanging from their waists. Amongst the kings and their families were men of 50, 40, 30, and 20 years of age. Some had long and some short beards. The servants and camel drivers were dressed much more simply, some wearing only one piece of stuff or an old blanket. When the camels had been watered, fed, and stabled, the travellers, after drinking, made a fire in the middle of the shed under which they had camped. The firewood consisted of pieces some 2.5 feet long brought by poor people from nearby in very neat bundles. They seemed to have a store of it ready for travellers. The kings made a triangular fireplace and piled up the long pieces round it, leaving an opening on one side for the draught. It was very cleverly arranged. I am not sure how they made fire. I saw that one of them kept turning one piece of wood in another, as if in a box, and then pulled it out to light. They then lit the fire, and I saw them kill some of the birds and roast them. Each of the 3 kings acted towards his tribe like the head of a family. He distributed the food, laying the carved-up birds and little loaves of bread on small howls or plates, standing on short feet, and handed them round. In the same way he filled the goblets and gave drink to each. The lower servants, among whom there were Moors, lie on a blanket on the ground at one side of the fire, patiently awaiting their turn. They, too, receive their due share. I think that these are slaves. Oh, how touching is the good temper and childlike simplicity of these beloved kings. They give to those who come to them a share of all they have. They even hold the golden vessels to their lips and let them drink out of them, like children. 6. About the homelands and lengths of the journeys of the three holy kings. Today I learned much about the holy kings, including the names of their countries and cities, but in my helpless and agitated condition I have quite forgotten everything. I will tell what I know. Menser, the brown-skinned one, was a Chaldean. His city had a name like a Kajaja and was surrounded by a river, like an island. Menser spent all his time in the fields with his herds. Sire, the dark-skinned one, was on Christmas night all ready to start on his journey from home. The name of his country is connected in my memory with the sound Partherm. Beyond his country, and higher up, was a lake or sea. It was only he and his tribe who were so brown, with red lips. The people round were white. His country was quite small, no bigger than the province of Munster. Theokeno, the pale one, came from a country still higher up, called Media, lying between two seas. I have forgotten the name of the city in which he lived. It was an assemblage of tents erected on foundations of stones. Theokeno, the richest of the three, was the one who left most behind him. I believe that he could have taken a more direct way to Bethlehem, and had to make a detour in order to travel in company with the others. I almost think that he had to go by Babylon to join them. Sire, the dark-skinned one, lived 3 days' journey from the home of Menser, the brown one, and Theokeno 5 days' journey. Each day's journey was reckoned as lasting 12 hours. Menser and Sire were together in the former's camp when they saw the vision of the star of Jesus' birth, and started off the next day with their followers. Theokeno, the pale one, saw the same vision in his home, and hurried after them in great haste, catching up with the other two in the deserted city. I did know the length of their journey to Bethlehem, but have partly forgotten it. What I remember, more or less, is that their journey was about 700 hours, and still another figure with 6 in it. They had about 60 days' journey, each reckoned at 12 hours, but they performed it in 33 days owing to the great speed of their beasts and to their often travelling day and night. The star which led them was really like a round ball with light streaming out of it as from a mouth. It always seemed to me as if this ball, which was as it were swinging on a shaft of light, was guided by the hand of a supernatural being. In the daytime I saw a light brighter than daylight going before them. If one considers the distance they had to travel, the speed of their journey seems astonishing, but the pace of their beasts was so light and even that I see them moving onward with the order, rapidity, and rhythm of a flight of migrating birds. The homes of the three kings were at the 3 points of a triangle. Menser, the brown one, and Sire, the dark, lived nearer to each other than Theokeno, the pale one, who was the farthest away of the three. They have, I think, already passed Chaldor, where I once saw the enclosed garden in the temple. Theokeno's distant city has only its foundations of stone. Above, it is all tents. There is water round it. It seems to me about the size of Munster. After the kings had rested here until the evening, the people who had attached themselves to their company helped them to pack their baggage onto their beasts, and then carried home with them everything that was left behind. It was towards evening when they started off. The star was visible and was today reddish in colour, like the moon in windy weather. Its long tail of light was pale. They went on foot for a while beside their beasts with uncovered heads, praying. On this part of the way it was impossible to go fast. Later on, when they came to level ground, they mounted their beasts, which moved at a very quick pace. Sometimes they went more slowly, and then they all sang as they journeyed through the night. It was very moving to hear. 7. Night Travel of the Kings, November 29th to December 2nd. I was again with the kings on their journey in the night of Thursday, November the 29th, and during the following day. I cannot say enough how much I admired the order, nobility, and joyfulness which inspires all that they do. We are journeying through the night, always following the star, whose long tail reaches down to earth. These good men follow it with their eyes quietly and joyfully, talking to each other from their high saddles. Sometimes they sing short sentences by turns, in a very slow and beautiful melody, sometimes very high and sometimes deep in tone. It is very moving to hear it in the quiet night, and I feel all that they sing. They travel with perfect orderliness, First comes a big camel with boxes on each side of his hump covered with large carpets, on which sits the leader with a goad in his hand and a sack at his side. Then follow smaller beasts, such as horses or big donkeys, carrying packages and ridden by the men belonging to this leader. Then comes another of the leaders on a camel, and so on. The creatures walk so delicately with big steps, and put down their feet as if they were trying not to crush anything. They carry their burdens with so little motion that it seems as though only their legs were alive, and the carriage of their heads on their long necks is wonderfully calm and quiet. The men, too, seem to do everything without having to take thought about it. Everything happens as in a quiet dream, peaceful and sweet. I cannot help reflecting here how these good people, who as yet do not know the Lord, journey towards him in such order, peace, and sweetness, while we, whom he has redeemed and loaded with graces, are so disorderly and disrespectful in our processions. I think the region through which they passed tonight might well be the district between Atom, the home of Azarias, and the castle of the idolater, where I saw Jesus, at the end of the 3rd year of his ministry, when he was journeying through Arabia on his way to Egypt. On Friday, November the 30th, I saw the procession halting at night by a fountain in the fields. A man from a hut, of which there were several nearby, opened the fountain for them. They watered their beasts and rested for a short time without unloading. On Saturday, December the 1st, I saw the kings, whose road had been going uphill the day before, on higher ground. On their right was a mountain range, and when their road descended again, they seemed to be in a place where houses, trees, and fountains often stood beside the road. It seemed to me to be the home of the people whom I had seen, last year and again lately, spinning and weaving cotton. They had stretched the threads between the trees and plaited broad coverings out of them. They worshipped images of oxen. They were generous in giving food to the rabble that followed the procession of the kings, but it surprised me to see that they never used the bowls again from which these had eaten. On Sunday, December the 2nd, I saw the 3 holy kings near a place whose name I remember as something like Kosser, a city of tents on stone foundations. They were given hospitality here by another king, to whom this city belonged. His tent dwelling stood a little distance before it. Since their meeting in the deserted city, they had now travelled 53 or 63 hours. They told the king of Kosser all that they had seen in the stars. He was very astonished, and looked through a tube at the star that was guiding them and saw in it a little child with a cross. He begged them to tell him everything on their return, when he would erect altars to the king and make sacrifices to him. I am curious to see if he will keep his word when they return. I heard them recounting to him the origin of their star, watching, and remember of their conversation what follows. 8. The ancestors of the kings. Their star observations, Jacob's ladder and its prophecies. The ancestors of the kings descended from Job, who once lived in the Caucasus and possessed other far-off lands about 1,500 years before the birth of Christ. Only one tribe of them remained there. The prophet Balaam came from the region, and one of his disciples spread abroad and expounded in that land his master's prophecy, "A star shall rise out of Jacob." See Numbers 24.17. He had many followers, and they built a high tower upon a mountain, where many wise men and those learned in the stars lived by turns. I have seen that tower. It was like a mountain itself, broad at the base and pointed at the top. I saw, too, the openings in it where they lived. All that they discovered in the stars was noted and handed down by word of mouth. There were times when this observation of the stars fell into disuse owing to various happenings, and later it degenerated into the idolatrous horror of sacrificing children in order to hasten the coming of the promised child. About 500 years before the birth of Christ, the observation of the stars had lapsed. At this time the race consisted of 3 tribes, founded by 3 brothers who lived with their families apart from each other. They had 3 daughters to whom God had given the spirit of prophecy and who wandered about the land in long cloaks prophesying and teaching about the star and the child that was to come out of Jacob. In this way the observation of the stars and the longing for the child was again revived in these 3 tribes. The 3 holy kings were descended from these 3 brothers in a direct line of 15 generations, covering some 500 years. Their complexions had, however, become different from each other as the result of intermarriage with other races. For 500 years, the ancestors of the kings had met at a building which they shared in common for the observation of the stars. According to what they saw, various alterations were made in their temple and its services. Unfortunately, for a long time, they continued to sacrifice children and other human beings. As they watched the stars, they were shown in wonderful visions all the special events and times connected with the coming of the Messiah. I saw many of these visions as they conversed, but can no longer describe them clearly. Since Mary's conception, 15 years before, these visions had pointed ever more distinctly to the nearness of the child. At last they had seen several indications of the passion of Jesus. They were able to calculate very exactly the coming of the star prophesied by Balaam, for they had seen Jacob's ladder and were able to reckon precisely, as in a calendar, the approach of our salvation by the number of rungs in the ladder and by the pictures appearing on each. The end of the ladder led to the star, which was the uppermost picture on it. They saw Jacob's ladder as a tree in the midst of which 3 rows of rungs were fastened, and on these appeared a series of pictures which they saw in the star as each was fulfilled, so they knew exactly which must be the next picture, and the intervals between the pictures told them how long they must wait for it. At the time of Mary's conception, they had seen the Virgin holding a scepter and unevenly balanced scales with wheat and grapes. Please refer to figure 19. A little below her they saw the Virgin with the child. They saw Bethlehem as a beautiful palace, a house where much blessing was stored and distributed. In it they saw the Virgin and child surrounded by a great glory of light, and many kings bowing before him and making offerings to him. They also saw the heavenly Jerusalem, but between it and Bethlehem was a dark street, full of thorns, strife, and blood. All this was real to them. They thought that glory such as this surrounded the newborn king, and that all peoples were bowing before him. That was why they came, bringing their gifts with them. They took the heavenly Jerusalem to be his earthly kingdom and thought they would come to it. The dark street they thought meant their own journey, or that some war was threatening the king. They did not know that it meant his Via Dolorosa. At the foot of the ladder they saw, as did one, an elaborate tower, like the one I saw on the mountain of the prophet. They saw how the Virgin once took refuge in a storm under a projecting portion of this tower, which had many entrances. I cannot remember what this signified. Perhaps the flight into Egypt. There was a whole series of pictures on this Jacob's ladder, amongst others many prophetic symbols of the Blessed Virgin, such as the sealed fountain and the enclosed garden. There were also pictures of kings, some holding out scepters, and others, branches to each other. All these pictures they saw appearing in their turn in the stars as they were fulfilled. In the last 3 nights they saw these pictures continuously. The chief one of the 3 sent messengers to the others, and when they saw the picture of the kings making offerings to the newborn child, they hurried on their way with their rich gifts, not wishing to be the last to arrive. All the tribes of the stargazers had seen the star, but these were the only ones who followed it. The star which went before them was not the comet, but a shining brilliance borne by an angel. By day they followed the angel. Because of all this they were full of expectation as they journeyed, and were afterwards astonished to find nothing like it. They were dismayed by Herod's reception of them and by the ignorance of all men about these things. When they came to Bethlehem and saw a desolate cellar instead of the glorious palace they had seen in the star, great doubt assailed them, but they remained true to their faith, and at the sight of Jesus they realized that all they had seen in the stars was fulfilled. These observations of the stars were accompanied by fasting, prayer, religious ceremonies, and various forms of self-denial and purification. The visions did not come from looking at one single star, but from a grouping of certain separate stars. This star worship exercised an evil influence on those who had a tendency towards evil. Such people were seized with violent convulsions in their star-gazing, and it was they who were responsible for the misguided sacrifices of children. Others, like the 3 holy kings, saw the pictures clearly and calmly, in a spirit of inner piety, and grew ever better and more devout. 9. The king's train is augmented with other travellers. December 3rd to 5th. When the kings left Kosser, I saw that they were joined by a considerable number of distinguished travellers who were going the same way. On December the 3rd and 4th I saw them crossing a wide plain. On the 5th, they rested by a fountain but without unloading. They watered and fed their beasts and prepared food for themselves. In the last few days Catherine Emmerich, while asleep in the evening, often sang several short verses with very strange and moving melodies. When she was asked the reason for this, she said, "I am singing with my dear kings. They sing with great sweetness many short verses, such as, 'Over the hills let us make our way, our homage to the new king to pay.' They take it in turn to invent and sing these verses. One begins, and the others repeat the verse he has sung. Then another starts another verse, and so as they ride along they keep up their sweet and heartfelt singing. In the heart of the star, or rather of the globe of light, which went before them to show them the way, I saw the appearance of a child with a cross." When they saw the appearance of the Virgin in the stars at the birth of Jesus, this globe of light appeared in front of the picture and suddenly began to move gently forward. 10. The Blessed Virgin foresees the approach of the three holy kings. December 5th. Mary had had a vision of the approach of the three holy kings while they were resting in the tent of the king of Kosor. She also saw that the latter intended to erect an altar in honor of her child. She told this to St. Joseph and Elizabeth, and asked that they should clear out the cave of the Nativity and make everything ready in time for the reception of the kings. The people because of whom Mary had yesterday retreated into the other cave were visitors who had come out of curiosity. There were many such in the last few days. Today Elizabeth went home to Jutta with a servant who came to fetch her. December 6th to 8th. These were quieter days in the cave of the Nativity, and the Holy Family was generally alone. Only Mary's maidservant, a robust, serious, and unpretentious person of some 30 years, was there. She was a childless widow, related to Anna, who had given her a home. Her late husband had been very severe with her because she went so often to the Essenes, for she was very devout and was hoping for the salvation of Israel. So he was angry with her, just as today bad men are angry because their wives go to church too often. He left her and afterwards died. In the last few days there came no more of those insistent beggars who had demanded alms at the cave with curses and abuse. They were on their way to Jerusalem for the Maccabees' feast of the consecration of the temple. This feast really begins on the 25th day of the month Kislev, but as this fell on the evening of Friday, December the 7th, in the year of Jesus' birth, that is to say, on the eve of the Sabbath, it was postponed to the evening of Saturday, December the 8th, or the 26th day of Kislev. It lasted 8 days. Thus the 6th day after the circumcision was the 25th day of Kislev, so that the circumcision happened on the 19th day of Kislev, and Jesus' birth on the 12th day of Kislev. Joseph kept the Sabbath under the lamp in the cave of the Nativity with Mary and the maidservant. On Saturday evening the feast of the consecration of the temple began. Joseph had fastened lamp brackets in 3 places in the cave, on each of which he lit 7 little lamps. All is quiet now. The many visitors came because they were on their way to the festival. The nurse came to Mary every day now. Anna often sends messengers with presents who take news back to her. Jewish women do not suckle their children for long without other nourishment, and even when he was only a few days old the infant Jesus was given a pap made of the pith of some rush which is light, nourishing, and sweet to taste. In the daytime the donkey is generally outside at pasture and only spends the night in the cave. 11. Joseph celebrates the feast of the consecration of the temple. December 10th. Yesterday, Sunday, December the 9th, I did not see the nurse coming to the cave anymore. Joseph lights his little lamps for the consecration feast every morning and evening. It is very quiet here since the feast began in Jerusalem. Today a manservant came from Anna. He brought the Blessed Virgin, amongst other things, materials for making a girdle, and a most beautiful little basket of fruit, covered over with fresh roses among the fruit. The basket was high and narrow, and the color of the roses different from ours. It was paler, almost flesh-colored. There were also big yellow and white roses, some open, and some in bud. Mary seemed delighted with them and placed the basket beside her. Journey of the Kings. In the last few days I often saw the kings on their journey. The road was more hilly, and they came over the hills, which I had seen covered with little pieces of stone like broken pottery. I should very much like to have some of them, they are so beautifully smooth. On other mountains in that region are many white transparent stones like birds' eggs, and a quantity of white sand. I saw the kings now in the place where they afterwards lived when Jesus visited them in the 3rd year of his ministry. They were not in the city of tents, for at that time it did not exist. 12. Joseph wants to settle down in Bethlehem. December 11th to 13th. It seems to me as if Joseph would like to stay in Bethlehem and live there with Mary after the purification. I think he was looking out for a house there. About 3 days ago some rather distinguished people came to the cave from Bethlehem. They wanted to take the Holy Family into their house. Mary hid herself from them in the other cave, and Joseph declined their offer. Anna is soon going to visit the Blessed Virgin. I saw her very busy lately, dividing up her herds again for the poor and for the temple. The Holy Family, too, always gave away at once whatever they had. The consecration festival was still celebrated every morning and evening, but on the 13th a new festival must have started. I saw various alterations being made in the festival in Jerusalem. I saw the windows in many houses being closed and curtained. I also saw a priest with a scroll in the cave with Joseph. They were praying together at a little table hung with white and red. It was as if he had wanted to see whether Joseph was keeping the feast, or as if he was announcing a new feast to him. It seemed to her to be a feast day, but she also thought that the feast of the new moon must now have begun. She was uncertain about this. The crib was quiet in these last few days, without visitors. 13. End of the Feast of the Consecration of the Temple. December 14th to 18th. With the Sabbath the Feast of the Consecration of the Temple came to an end, and Joseph ceased lighting the little lamps. On Sunday the 16th and Monday the 17th, people from the neighborhood once more came to the crib. The unruly beggars, too, were heard at the entrance. This was because people were now returning from the festival. On the 17th, 2 servants came from Anna with food and other things. Mary is much quicker than I am in distributing things, and everything was soon given away. I see Joseph beginning to tidy and clear up in the cave of the Nativity, the side caves, and grave of Maraha, and he has brought in provisions. They are awaiting Anna's visit, and Mary is expecting the kings to arrive soon. December 17th. Today, late in the evening, I saw the kings arrive in a little town of scattered houses, many of which were surrounded by high fences. It seemed to me that this was the first Jewish town they came to. Bethlehem was in a straight line from here, but they went off to the right, I suppose because the only road led in that direction. As they approached this place they sang particularly loudly and beautifully, and were full of joy, for the star shone unusually brightly here. It was like moonlight and one could see quite clearly the shadows which it cast. The inhabitants seemed either not to see the star or to take no special interest in it, but they were good people and extremely helpful. Some of the travelers had dismounted, and the inhabitants helped them to water their beasts. It made me think of Abraham's times, when all men were so good and helpful. Several of the inhabitants, bearing branches, led the travelers through the town and went some of the way with them. I did not see the star always shining brightly before them, sometimes it was quite dim. It seemed to shine more brightly in places where good people lived, and when the travelers saw that it was very brilliant, they were greatly excited and thought that perhaps the Messiah might be in that place. December 18th. This morning they passed by a dark, misty city without stopping, and soon after crossed a river flowing into the Dead Sea. In the last 2 places many of the rabble which had followed them stayed behind. I had a distinct impression that someone had taken refuge in one of these 2 places in a conflict before the reign of Solomon. They crossed the river this morning and now came onto a good road. 14. The Train of the Kings. Arrival in Manithia. December 19th to 21st. This evening I saw the kings on this side of this river. Their generosity had attracted so many followers that their train must have numbered 200. They were nearing the town which was approached by Jesus on its western side on July 31st in the 2nd year of his ministry, though he did not enter it. Its name sounded like Manithia, Metania, Medana, or Median. It had a mixed population of Heathens and Jews. They were evil people, and though a high road led through the town, they would not let the kings go through. They led them outside the town, on the eastern side, to a place enclosed by walls, where there were sheds and stables. The kings put up their tents here, fed and watered their beasts, and prepared a meal for themselves. On Thursday the 20th and Friday the 21st I saw the kings resting here, but they were greatly distressed, because here, as in the last town, nobody knew or cared about the newborn king. I heard them telling the inhabitants in a very friendly way a great deal about the cause of their long journey and all the circumstances attending it. Of what I heard I recollect this much. They had received the announcement about the newborn king a very long time ago. I think it must have been not long after Job's time and before Abraham went to Egypt, when an army of some 3,000 Medes from Job's country, they lived in other parts as well, came as far as the region of Heliopolis in a campaign against Egypt. I cannot now clearly recollect why they had advanced so far, but I think their campaign was in aid of someone. It was not, however, for a good purpose. They were attacking something holy, whether holy men or a religious mystery connected with the fulfillment of the promise, I cannot remember. Near Heliopolis an angel appeared to several of their leaders at once, warning them to go no farther. He spoke to them of a Redeemer who was to be born of a virgin and would be worshipped by their descendants. This was connected, I cannot remember how, with a command that they should advance no farther but should go home and observe the stars. After this I saw them arranging joyful feasts in Egypt, setting up triumphal arches and altars, and decorating them with flowers. Then they went home. They were Median star worshippers, exceptionally tall, almost like giants, of very noble stature and of a beautiful yellowish-brown color. They journeyed with their herds from place to place and imposed their will everywhere by their great strength. I have forgotten the name of their chief prophet. They were much given to prophesying and the taking of omens from animals. Often on their journeys animals would suddenly place themselves across their road, standing with outstretched legs and letting themselves be killed rather than go away. That was an omen for them, and they turned away from these roads. The kings said that these Medes, returning from Egypt, were the first to bring the prophecy and to start the watching of the stars. When they passed away, it was continued by a disciple of Balaam and renewed 1,000 years after him by the 3 prophetess daughters of the 3 kings who founded their dynasties. Now, 500 years after them, the star had come which they were following in order to adore the newborn king. All this they explained to the inquisitive listeners with the most childlike sincerity, and were distressed that they did not seem at all to believe in what their ancestors had so patiently waited for during 2,000 years. In the evening the star was covered in mist, but when it appeared again at night large and clear between moving clouds, they rose from their camp and awoke the inhabitants living near to show them the star. These gazed in wonder at the sky, and some showed emotion, but many of them were vexed with the kings, and in general they merely sought to take advantage of their generosity. I heard the kings saying what a long way they had travelled from their first meeting place to here. They reckoned by days' journeys on foot, each of 12 hours. But their beasts, which were dromedaries and were faster than horses, enabled them to do 36 hours' journey each 24 hours, including the rest hours. Thus the most distant of the 3 kings was able to accomplish his 60 hours' journey to the meeting place in 2 days, and the 2 who were nearer did their 36 hours' journey in a day and a night. From the meeting place to where they were now they had travelled 672 hours' journey, and had spent about 25 days and nights since starting off at the moment of the birth of Crescent, December the 20th and 21st. The kings and their train rested here both these days, and I heard what they told. On the evening of Friday, the 21st, the Jews who lived here began their Sabbath and crossed a bridge leading westwards across the water to a small Jewish village with a synagogue. At the same time the kings prepared for their departure and made their farewells. I noticed that the inhabitants looked at the star, when visible, which led the kings and expressed much astonishment, but it did not make them more respectful. They were shamelessly importunate, pestering the kings like swarms of wasps. In reply to their demands the kings with great forbearance gave them little triangular pieces of their gold and also grains of some darker metal. They must have been very rich. They were escorted by the inhabitants when they left. Skirting the wales of the town, in which I saw temples surmounted by idols, they crossed the river by a bridge, and passed through the Jewish village, hurrying on towards the Jordan by a good road. From here they still had about 24 hours' journey to Jerusalem. 15. St. Anne journeys to Bethlehem, December 19th to 22nd. On the evening of December 19th, I saw Anna, accompanied by her second husband, Mary Helly, a maid, and a manservant with 2 donkeys, stopping for the night not far from Bethany on their way to Bethlehem. Joseph has finished the arrangements which he has been making in the cave of the Nativity and in the side caves, in order to receive both the guests from Nazareth and the kings, whose arrival Mary had foreseen a short while ago when they were at Kosser. Joseph and Mary had moved with the infant Jesus into the other cave. The cave of the Nativity had been entirely cleared out, and only the donkey, I saw, had been left in it. Even the fireplace and the things for preparing food had been moved out. Joseph had, if I remember rightly, already paid his second tax. There were again many inquisitive visitors coming to Mary from Bethlehem to see the child. Some he allowed to take him in their arms, from others he turned away crying. I saw the Blessed Virgin calm and peaceful in the new dwelling, which had now been arranged very comfortably. Her couch was against the wall. The infant Jesus lay beside her in a long basket, woven from broad strips of bark. It had a shelter for the head and stood on trestles. The Blessed Virgin's couch with Jesus' cradle was separated from the rest of the room by a wicker screen. In the daytime, except when she wished to be alone, she sat in front of this screen with the child beside her. Joseph's resting place was some way off at the side of the cave, and was divided off in the same way. A vessel holding a lamp stood on a piece of wood projecting from the wall high enough to light both these screened-off partitions. I saw Joseph bringing the Blessed Virgin a bowl of food and a jug of water. December 20th. This evening was the beginning of a fast. All the food for the next day was prepared beforehand, the fire was covered over, the openings of the cave hung with curtains, and all the household utensils put away. The 8th and 16th days of the month Shebat are Jewish fast days. Anna has come to the cave with her second husband, Mary's elder sister, and a maidservant. I had seen Anna on her journey several days before. These visitors were to sleep in the cave of the Nativity. This was why the Holy Family had moved into the side cave, though the donkey had remained behind. Today I saw Mary lay the infant in her mother's arms. Anna was greatly moved. She had brought with her coverlets, clothes, and provisions. Anna's maidservant was strangely dressed. Please refer to figure 20. Her hair was plaited and hung down to her girdle in a net. She had on a short dress reaching only to the knees. Her pointed bodice was fastened tightly round her hips and breast. It came high up above the latter as if to make a place for hiding something. She carried a basket hanging on her arm. The old man, Anna's husband, was very shy and humble. Anna slept where Elizabeth had slept, and Mary told her everything, as she had Elizabeth, in happy intimacy. Anna wept with the Blessed Virgin. They often interrupted their talk to caress the infant Jesus. December 21st. Today I saw the Blessed Virgin once more in the cave of the Nativity and little Jesus once more in the crib. When Joseph and Mary are alone with the little child, I often see them adoring him, and now I see Anna and the Blessed Virgin standing by the crib with bowed heads, and gazing at the infant Jesus with great devotion. I am not quite sure whether Anna's companions slept in the other cave or whether they had gone away. I almost think they had gone. Today I saw that Anna had brought the mother and child various things such as coverlets and swaddling bands. Since she came here, Mary has been given a good many things, but she has very little of anything, because she at once gives away anything that is not absolutely necessary. I heard her telling Anna that the kings out of the east would soon be coming, bringing great gifts, and that this would cause a great sensation. I think that while the kings are on their way here, Anna will go to her sister, 3 hours distance from here, and come back later. December 22nd. This evening, after the Sabbath had ended, I saw Anna and her companions going away from the Blessed Virgin for a little time. She went 3 hours' journey away from here, to the tribe of Benjamin, to a younger married sister who lived there. I do not remember the name of the village, which consisted only of a few houses and a field. It is half an hour away from the last resting place of the Holy Family on their journey to Bethlehem, where Joseph's relations lived. They spent the night of November 22nd/23rd there. 16. The train of the kings crosses the Jordan. The kings and their train left Mathania and hurried through the night, following a high road. They passed through no more towns. but skirted all the little places in which, at the end of July in the 3rd year of his ministry, Jesus blessed the children and healed and taught. For example, Bethabara, the place of the ferry across the Jordan, which they reached early in the morning. As it was the Sabbath, they met few people on their way. Early in the morning, at 7 o'clock, I saw them crossing the Jordan. Generally people were ferried across the river on a raft of beams, but for large companies a sort of bridge was put together. This was generally done by the ferrymen who lived on the bank and received payment for it, but as these could not work on the Sabbath, the travellers did it themselves, with the help of some of the ferrymen's heathen servants, who were paid for it. The Jordan was not broad here and was full of sandbanks. Planks were placed against the raft generally used for crossing, and the camels were led up them onto the raft. I saw that this sort of bridge was ferried backwards and forwards till all the train were landed on the western bank. It was quite a long time before all were safely across. In the evening at 5:30, she said, they have left Jericho on their right and are now in a direct line with Bethlehem, but are turning more to the right in the direction of Jerusalem. There must be as many as 100 men with them. In the distance I see a little town, which I know, beside a stream coming from Jerusalem in an eastward direction. I am sure they will have to pass through this town. They go on for some time with the stream on their left hand. I saw Jerusalem as they went. It sank out of sight and reappeared as the road rose or fell. Later she said, they did not pass through the town after all, they turned to the right towards Jerusalem. Today, Saturday evening, December 22nd, I saw the 3 holy kings in their train arriving before Jerusalem. I saw the city towering up to heaven. The guiding star had here almost disappeared. It had become quite small and glowed only dimly behind the city. The travellers became more and more depressed the nearer they came to Jerusalem, for the star was not nearly so bright before them, and in Judea they saw it but seldom. They had expected, too, to find everywhere great rejoicings and festivities at the newborn Saviour, for whose sake they had made so long a journey. When, however, they found nowhere the smallest trace of excitement about him, they were distressed and full of doubts, thinking that they had perhaps gone completely astray. Their train numbered, I am sure, more than 200 men, and took a quarter of an hour to pass by. A distinguished company had joined them as far back as Kosser, and since then others had been added. The 3 kings rode on dromedaries, camels with 2 humps, with baggage all round them, and there were 3 other loaded dromedaries with their riders. Each king was accompanied by 4 men of his tribe. Among them I noticed 2 young men. One of them was Azarias of Atam, whom I saw later as fathers of families when Jesus visited Arabia. The rest of the company rode mostly on very swift yellowish animals with delicate heads. I am not sure whether these were horses or donkeys. They looked quite different from our horses. The ones ridden by the more distinguished persons had richly ornamented saddles and bridles, and were hung with little gold chains and stars. Some of the company went up to the gate of the city and came back accompanied by guards and soldiers. Their arrival by this road with so large a train caused great surprise, as there was no festival and they were bringing no merchandise with them. When questioned, they explained why they had come, speaking of the star and the newborn child, but not a soul there understood what they were talking about. This depressed them extremely. They thought that they must certainly have made a mistake, for they could find nobody here who seemed to know anything about the Saviour of the world. Everyone gazed at them in astonishment, and could not understand what they wanted. However, the gatekeepers went back into the city to report when they saw the generous alms given so kindly to the importunate beggars, and heard not only that the kings sought a lodging and would pay liberally, but also that they asked to speak with King Herod. Then followed an exchange of reports, messages, inquiries, and explanations between the kings and the authorities. While this was going on, the kings talked with the various people who had collected round them. Some of them had heard a rumour of a child said to have been born at Bethlehem, but it could not, they said, be he, for his parents were common people and poor. Others only laughed at them, and as they gathered, from what little the people said, that Herod knew nothing of a newborn child, and that, in general, they had no very high opinion of Herod, they became even more dejected, for they were troubled in their minds as to how to deal with the matter when speaking to Herod. However, calming themselves, They fell to praying and took courage again, saying to each other, "He who has led us here so quickly by the star will bring us happily home again." When the gatekeepers at last came back, the kings and their train were taken round the outside of the city walls for some way and brought into it through a gate near Mount Calvary. They and their baggage animals were taken to a circular enclosure not far from the fish market. It was surrounded by houses and stables, and there were guards at the entrances. The animals were taken into the stables, while the kings established themselves in sheds near a fountain in the center of the court. The baggage animals were watered at this fountain. One side of this circular court was on the slope of a hill, the two other sides were open, with trees in front. Officials now came 2 by 2 with torches and examined what the kings had in their baggage. I suppose they were customs officers. 17. Theoceno was summoned to Herod's palace. Herod's palace was on higher ground, not far from here, and I saw the way there illuminated with torches and braziers on poles. Herod sent a servant down and caused the oldest of the kings, Theoceno, to be brought to his palace in secret. It was after 10 o'clock at night. He was received in a lower room by one of Herod's courtiers and questioned as to the object of his journey. He related everything in the most childlike manner, and begged him to ask Herod where to find the newborn king of the Jews whose star they had seen and followed in order to worship him. When the courtier reported this to Herod, he was much startled, but he dissembled and sent in reply a message saying that he would cause inquiries to be made, but that in the meantime the kings were to rest. Early next morning he would speak with them all himself and tell them what he had discovered. Theoceno was thus unable to give his companions any special encouragement when he returned to them, and they made no preparations for resting, but on the contrary ordered the repacking of much that had been unpacked. I did not see them sleeping that night at all. They were wandering about separately in the city with guides, looking at the sky as if they were seeking for their star. In Jerusalem itself all was quiet, but there was much talk and coming and going at the guardhouse before the court. The kings were of the opinion that Herod probably knew everything but wished to keep it secret from them. Herod was giving a feast when Theoceno was in the palace. The rooms were illuminated and full of guests, among them brazen-faced women in fine dresses. Theoceno's questions about a newborn king disturbed Herod greatly, and he at once summoned all the high priests and scribes. I saw them coming to him with their scrolls before midnight, wearing their priestly vestments and breastplates and their girdles with letters. I saw as many as 20 of them about him. He asked them where Christ was to be born. I saw them unrolling their scrolls before him and answering, pointing with their fingers, "In Bethlehem of Judah, for so it is written by the prophet Micah, and you Bethlehem in the land of Judah are not the least among the princes of Judah, for out of you shall come forth the captain that shall rule my people Israel." Then I saw Herod walking about on the roof of the palace with some of them and looking in vain for the star of which Theoceno had spoken. He was in a strange state of unrest, but the learned priests made every effort to persuade him not to pay any attention to what the kings had said. These romantic people, they said, were always full of fantastic ideas about their stars. If such a thing had really happened, Herod and they themselves, in the temple in the holy city, would of course be the first to know of it. 18. The three holy kings appeared before Herod. Sunday, December the 23rd. Very early this morning Herod secretly summoned the three kings to his palace. They were received under an archway and taken into a room, where I saw green branches and bushes arranged in vases to welcome them, with some refreshments. They remained standing for a while until Herod came in, and then, after bowing before him, they again asked him about the newborn king of the Jews. Herod concealed his uneasiness as well as he could and even pretended to be overjoyed. He still had some of the scribes with him. He inquired of the kings as to what they had seen, and Menser described to him the last picture they had seen in the stars before setting off on their journey. This, he said, was a virgin with a child before her. On the right-hand side of the picture a branch of light grew forth, bearing on it a tower with several gates. This tower had grown into a great city, over which the child had appeared as a king with crown, sword, and scepter. They had then seen themselves and the kings of the whole world come and bow down before the child in adoration, for his kingdom was to conquer all other kingdoms. Herod told them that a prophecy of this kind about Bethlehem Ephratah did indeed exist, and asked them to go there at once very quietly, and when they had found and adored the child, to come back and bring him word, that he, too, might go and adore him. The kings, who had not touched any of the food set out for them by Herod, went back again. It was very early, for I saw the torches in front of the palace still alight. Herod spoke to them in secret because of all the talk in the city. The day then began to break, and they made all preparations for their departure. The stragglers who had followed them to Jerusalem had dispersed about the city the night before. 19. Herod's state of mind, a murder. Herod was in a state of ill humour and vexation in these days. At the time of Christ's birth, he had been in his palace near Jericho, and had committed a vile murder. He had insinuated adherents of his into the higher posts of the temple to find out what was going on there so as to warn him of anyone opposed to his designs. One of these in particular was a high official in the temple, a good and upright man. He invited this man with friendly words to visit him at Jericho, but caused him to be waylaid and murdered in the desert on his way there, making it appear as the work of robbers. A few days later he came to Jerusalem in order to take part in the feast of the dedication of the temple on the 25th day of the month Kislev, and there he became involved in a very disagreeable affair. He wanted to do something in his own way which would please the Jews and do them honor. He had a golden image made of a lamb, or rather of a kid, for it had horns. This was to be set up for the festival over the gate leading from the outer court of the women into the court of sacrifice. He proposed to force this arrangement on the Jews and yet expected to be thanked for it. The priests opposed it, so he threatened them with fines, whereupon they declared that they would pay the fine, but that their law forbade them ever to accept the image. Herod, bitterly angered, tried to put up the image in secret, but when it was brought into the temple, it was seized by a zealous official and flung to the ground, so that it broke in two. A tumult ensued, and Herod had the official imprisoned. This affair had so angered him that he regretted coming to the feast, and his courtiers endeavoured to distract him with all kinds of entertainments. Now came the rumours of Christ's birth to add to Herod's uneasiness. Of late there had arisen among certain devout Jews a lively sense of the near approach of the Messiah. The events attending the birth of Jesus had been spread abroad by the shepherds, but all this was looked on by important people as nonsensical gossip. It had come to Herod's ears, and he had secretly made inquiries at Bethlehem. His messengers came to the crib 3 days after Christ's birth, see above, p. 102, and after talking with St. Joseph, a poor man, they reported, as all arrogant people like them are wont to do, that there was nothing to be seen but a poor family in a miserable cave, and that the whole thing was not worth talking about. To begin with, they were too arrogant to talk properly to St. Joseph, all the more as they had been warned not to cause any sensation. Now, however, Herod was suddenly confronted by the 3 kings in their numerous company, and was filled with fear and dismay, for they came from a long way off and their story could not be dismissed as idle talk. When however they inquired so particularly about the newborn king, he feigned a desire to worship him too, much to their joy. He was in no way reassured by the blind arrogance of the scribes, and was determined in his own interests that the event should remain as unnoticed as possible. He did not at once oppose the statements made to him by the kings, nor did he at once lay hands on Jesus, for by so doing he feared to give the impression to the people, who were already in a difficult frame of mind, that the king's announcement was true and of serious consequence to himself. He therefore planned to gain more accurate information from the kings, before taking steps himself about it. When the kings, warned by God, failed to return to him, he announced that their flight was a proof that they had either been disappointed in their search or had been lying. He caused it to be spread abroad that they had been ashamed and afraid to come back, because they had so greatly deceived themselves and others. What other reason could there be for their secret flight, when they had been received by him in so friendly a manner? In this way he stopped all further rumours and merely let it be known in Bethlehem that no one should have anything to do with that family, and that no attention should be paid to misleading rumours and imaginations. When the Holy Family returned to Nazareth a fortnight later, it put an end to the talk about an event which had never become clearly known to most people. The devout ones hoped in silence. When all was calm once more, Herod planned to do away with Jesus, but heard that the family with the child had now left Nazareth. For a long time he caused search to be made for the child, and when he was forced to give up hope of finding him, his anxiety increased, and he had recourse to the desperate measure of the massacre of the innocents. He took stringent precautions and ordered a number of troop movements in order to prevent any insurrection. I think the children were murdered in 7 different places. 20. The Holy Three Kings go to Bethlehem. They rest by a spring. I saw the kings in their train moving southwards out of the city gate. A crowd of people followed them as far as a brook outside the walls, and then turned back. After crossing the stream, the kings made a short halt to look for their star. When they saw it, they broke into cries of joy, and went on their journey, singing their sweet songs. The star did not lead them by the direct road to Bethlehem, but by a westerly detour. They passed by a little town I know well, and towards midday I saw them stop in a pleasant place, near a little village behind the town. A spring of water burst forth before their eyes, at which they were overjoyed. They dismounted and hollowed out a basin round the spring, surrounding it with clean sand, stones, and turf. They stayed several hours here, watering and feeding their beasts, and refreshing themselves with food, for in Jerusalem they had been too disturbed and anxious to recede. In later years I saw our Lord stopping sometimes by the spring with his disciples and teaching there. The star, which at night shone like a ball of fire, now looked like the moon in daylight. It was not a perfect round, but had as it were a jagged edge. I often saw it hidden by clouds. The direct road from Jerusalem to Bethlehem was full of travellers with donkeys and baggage, probably returning home from Bethlehem after the taxation, or going to the market or the temple in Jerusalem. The way taken by the kings was very quiet, and no doubt God led them by it so that they should not cause too much sensation, and should not arrive in Bethlehem before the evening. When the sun was already low, I saw them starting off again. They travelled in the same order as when they first met. Menser, the brownish one and the youngest, went first. Then came Sire, the dark brown one, and then Theokeno, the white-skinned one, and the Eld Saint. 21. Arrival of the 3 kings at the tax collection house in Bethlehem. Today, Sunday, December the 23rd, at dusk, I saw the 3 holy kings in their train arrive at the same building outside Bethlehem where Joseph and Mary had been registered. It was the former ancestral house of David, of which some masonry still remained. Once it had belonged to Joseph's parents. It was a large house with several smaller ones round it. In front of it was a closed court, giving on to an open place with trees and a fountain. In this place I saw Roman soldiers. They were there because of the tax office which was in the building. When the kings and their train arrived, a crowd of inquisitive onlookers began pressing round them. The star had disappeared, and they were somewhat uneasy. Some men came up to them and questioned them. They dismounted, and were met by officials from the house bearing branches, who offered them a light refreshment of bread, fruit, and drink. This was a usual welcome for strangers like these. Meanwhile I saw their beasts being watered at the fountain under the trees. I thought to myself, these strangers are more courteously received than poor Joseph, because of the little gold pieces they distribute. They were told that the Shepherd's Valley was a good camping place, but remained for some time undecided. I did not hear them ask for the newborn King of the Jews. They knew that according to the prophecy, this was the place, but because of what Herod had said to them they were afraid of causing any comment. When, however, they saw a light shining in the sky beside Bethlehem, as though the moon were rising, they mounted again and rode beside a ditch and some ruined walls round the south side of Bethlehem towards the east, approaching the cave of the Nativity from the field where the angels had appeared to the shepherds. On entering the valley behind the cave, near the grave of Maraha, they dismounted, and their people unpacked much of the luggage and set up a great tent which they had with them. They made all arrangements for an encampment with the help of some shepherds, who had pointed out the places to them. The camp had been partly arranged when the kings saw the star appear bright and clear above the hill where the cave of the Nativity was, the light that streamed from it descending in a vertical line onto the hill. The star seemed to grow larger as it drew near until it became a body of light, which looked to me as big as a sheet. I saw them at first gazing at it in great astonishment. It was already dark. They saw no house, only the outline of a hill, like a rampart. Suddenly they were filled with great joy, for they saw in the radiance the shining figure of a child, like the one they had seen before in the star. All bared their heads in obeisance, and the three kings, going up to the hill, found the door of the cave. Menser opened the door and saw the cave full of heavenly light, and, in the back of it, the Virgin sitting with the child, just as they had seen them in their visions. He went back at once and told this to his companions. In the meantime Joseph, accompanied by an aged shepherd, came out of the cave to meet them. They told him, in childlike simplicity, how they had come to adore the newborn King of the Jews, whose star they had seen, and to bring him gifts. Joseph welcomed them warmly, and the old shepherd accompanied them to their encampment and helped them with their arrangements. Some of the shepherds who were there gave them the use of some sheds. They themselves prepared for the solemn ceremony that was before them. I saw them putting on big white cloaks with long trains. The material had a yellowish sheen, like raw silk, and was beautifully fine and light. They wore these fluttering robes for all their religious ceremonies. All three wore girdles on which many pouches and gold boxes, like sugar basins with knobs, were suspended by little chains among the ample folds of their cloaks. Each of the kings was followed by 4 members of his family. Besides these there were several of Mensor's servants holding a small tablet like a tray, a rug with tassels, and some strips of thin stuff. They followed St. Joseph in an ordered procession to the shelter at the entrance of the cave, where they covered the tray with the tasseled rug. Each king then placed on it some of the golden boxes and vessels which he took from his girdle. This was the offering which they made in common. Menser and all the others took their sandals from off their feet, while Joseph opened the door of the cave. 2 youths from Mensor's following went before him, spreading out a strip of stuff on the floor of the cave before his feet and then retiring. 2 others came close behind him with a tray of presents, which he took from them when he was before the Blessed Virgin, and falling on his knee placed them at her feet on a low stand. Those who had carried the tray went back. Behind Menser stood the 4 members of his family, humbly bowing down. Cyrinthe Akeno with their followers stood at the entrance and under the shelter outside. They were all as though drunk with ecstasy and seemed transfused by the light which filled the cave, though no light was there save the light of the world. Mary was lying, rather than sitting, on a carpet to the left of the infant Jesus. She was leaning on her arm. The child lay in a trough covered with a rug and raised on a high stand, opposite the entrance to the cave and at the place where he was born. As the kings entered, the Blessed Virgin raised herself into a sitting position, covered herself with a veil, and took the infant Jesus onto her lap under her ample veil. When Menser knelt down and spoke touching words of homage as he put down his presents, humbly bowing his bared head and crossing his hands on his breast, Mary undid the red and white wrappings from the upper part of the child's body, which gleamed softly from behind her veil. She supported his head with one hand and held him with the other. He was holding his little hands before his breast as if in prayer. He was shining with welcome, and now and then made friendly little gestures with his hands. Oh, what heavenly peace surrounds the prayers of these good men from the East. As I saw them, I said to myself, how clear and untroubled are their hearts, as full of goodness and innocence as the hearts of pious children. There is nothing violent in them, and yet they are all fire and love. I am dead, I am a spirit, otherwise, I could not see it, for it is not happening now, and yet it is now, for it is not in time. In God is no time, in God everything is present. I am dead, I am a spirit. As these strange thoughts came to me, I heard myself being told, what is that to you? Be not troubled, look, and praise the Lord who is eternal and in whom are all things. I now saw Menser bringing out of a pouch hanging at his girdle a handful of little thick shining bars. They were as long as one's finger, pointed at the top, and speckled with little gold-coloured grains in the middle. He offered these to the Blessed Virgin as his gift, laying them humbly on her knee beside the child. She accepted the gold with loving gratitude, and covered it with a corner of her cloak. These little bars of natural gold were Mensor's gift, because he was full of fidelity and love and was seeking for the holy truth with unshaken fervour and devotion. He then withdrew with his 4 companions, and Sire, the dark-brown one, came forward with his following and, falling with great humility on both knees, offered his present with touching words of homage. This was a little golden incense boat full of little greenish grains of gum, which he laid on the table before the infant Jesus. Incense was his gift because he embraced the will of God, and followed it willingly, reverently, and lovingly. He knelt there for a long time with deep devotion, before withdrawing. After him came Theokeno, the white-skinned one, and the old saint. He was very old and heavy, and was not able to kneel down, but he stood bowing low and placed on the table a golden vessel containing a delicate green plant. It seemed to be rooted. It was a tiny green upright tree, very delicate, bearing curly foliage with little delicate white flowers. It was myrrh. His gift was myrrh, because it symbolizes mortification and the overcoming of passions, for this good man had conquered extreme temptations to commit idolatry, polygamy, and to give way to violence. He remained standing in deep emotion before the infant Jesus with his attendants for a very long time, and I grew sorry for the other servants before the crib having to wait so long to see the child. The addresses made by the kings and their followers were extremely touching and childlike. As they knelt down and offered their presents, they said, "We have seen his star, we have seen that he is king over all kings, and we come to worship him and to pay him homage with our gifts," or something like this. They seemed to be in an ecstasy, and with childlike and rapturous prayers committed to the infant Jesus themselves and their families, their lands and their peoples, all their goods and possessions and everything of value that they owned. They besought the newborn king to accept their hearts and souls in all their thoughts and deeds, begging him to enlighten them and to grant them every virtue and, while they were on earth, happiness, peace, and love. While thus praying, they were overflowing with loving humility, and tears of joy coursed down their cheeks and beards. They were blissfully happy. They thought that they had now reached the very star for which their ancestors had watched for centuries with faithful yearning. All the joy of promises fulfilled after many centuries was theirs. The Mother of God accepted all these gifts with humble gratitude. At first she said nothing, but a gentle movement under her veil showed the joy and emotion that she felt. The child's bare body, which she had wrapped in her veil, seemed to shine from under her cloak. Afterwards she spoke a few, friendly, humble words of gratitude to each king, throwing her veil back a little as she did so. "Ah," I said to myself, "I have been given another lesson." With what sweet and loving gratitude she accepts each gift. She, who needs naught, who possesses Jesus himself, accepts with humility every loving gift. From this I can surely learn how loving gifts should be received. I, too, in future will accept every kindness with thankfulness and all humility. How kind Mary and Joseph are! They kept nothing at all for themselves, but gave it all away to the poor. When the kings with their attendants had left the cave and gone to their encampment, their servants came in. They had put up the tent, unloaded the baggage animals, and, after arranging everything, were waiting in patient humility before the entrance. There must have been at least 30 of them, as well as a host of boys who had nothing on but loincloths and little cloaks. The servants always came in fives, led by one of the important personages to whom they belonged. They knelt round the child and venerated him in silence. Afterwards the boys came in all together, knelt round and worshipped the infant Jesus with childlike innocence and joy. The servants did not stay long in the cave, for the kings came back again, making a solemn entry this time. They had put on other cloaks of thin stuff, which floated round them in ample folds. They carried censers in their hands and censed with great reverence the child and the Blessed Virgin and St. Joseph and the whole cave, withdrawing afterwards with low obeisances. This was a customary form of worship amongst these people. During all this Mary and Joseph were as full of sweet joy as I ever saw them. Tears of happiness often ran down their cheeks. The recognition and solemn veneration of the infant Jesus, whom they had been obliged to lodge so poorly, and whose infinite glory was a secret hidden in their humble hearts, brought them endless consolation. By God's almighty providence, they saw the child of the promise being given, in spite of the blindness of mankind, what they themselves could not give him, the worship of the great ones of the earth with all the sacred splendor due to him, prepared since centuries and sent from a far country. They worshipped Jesus with the holy kings, happy in the honor paid to him. The king's encampment was set up in the valley behind the cave, stretching as far as the tomb of Maraha. The beasts of burden were fastened in rows to posts between ropes. Beside the big tent, which was near the hill of the Cave of the Nativity, was an enclosure roofed with mats where part of the baggage was stored, though most of it was taken into Marah's tomb. The stars had come out when all had left the crib, and they all assembled in a circle near the old terebinth tree, which stood above Marah's tomb, and there, with solemn hymns, held their service to the stars. I cannot express how movingly their singing echoed through the quiet valley. For so many centuries, their forebears had gazed at the stars, prayed, and sung, and today all their yearning was fulfilled. They sang in raptures of gratitude and joy. 22. Joseph entertains the three holy kings. Meanwhile Joseph, helped by two of the old shepherds, had set out a light meal in the king's tent. They brought plates with bread, fruit, honeycomb, bowls with vegetables, and flasks of balsam, arranging it all on a low table on a carpet. Joseph had got together all these provisions for the kings in the morning, having been forewarned of their arrival by the Blessed Virgin. When the kings and the members of their families returned to the tent after their evening hymn, I saw Joseph receiving them with great friendliness and begging them to be his guests and accept this modest meal. He reclined among them round the low table as they ate. He was not at all shy, and was so happy that he shed tears of joy. When I saw this, I thought of how my dead father, who was a poor peasant, was obliged to sit at table with so many grand people when I was clothed at the convent. He was very humble and simple and had dreaded this sorely, but afterwards he was so happy that he wept for joy. Without wanting it he became the guest of honor. After this slight meal Joseph left them. Some of the more important persons accompanying the kings betook themselves to an inn at Bethlehem, the others lay down to rest on their couches spread out in a circle in the big tent. When Joseph returned to the crib, he put all the presents in a corner of the wall to the right of the crib, placing a screen before it so that what was kept there could not be seen. Anna's maidservant, who had remained behind to wait on the Blessed Virgin, had stayed all this time in the small side cave, of which the door was in the entrance to the Cave of the Nativity. She did not come out until all had left the crib. She was very serious and mode saint. I never saw either the Holy Family or this maidservant showing any worldly pleasure at the sight of the king's gifts. Everything was accepted with humble gratitude, and given away again with gentle charity. When the kings had arrived that evening at the tax-collecting office in Bethlehem, I had seen a certain amount of disturbance there and much movement in the town. Some people followed the kings to the Valley of the Shepherds, but soon came back again. Afterwards, while the kings, radiant with holy joy, were worshipping and offering their gifts at the crib, I saw some Jews lurking at a distance in the country round and murmuring angrily, and then going about in Bethlehem spreading all kinds of rumours. These miserable men made me shed bitter tears. I was grieved at heart for the evil people who, nowadays as in those distant times, stand about muttering and grumbling and spreading lies in their wrath. Salvation is so close to them, and they thrust it from them. How unlike they are to the good kings who, in their trusting faith in the promise, have come from so far and have found salvation. How I pity the hard-hearted and blind. In Jerusalem during this day I saw Herod again with several scribes. They were reading from scrolls and talking of the statement made by the kings. Afterwards it was no more spoken of, as though the whole matter were to be ignored. 23. The king's visit with the Holy Family again. Their generosity to the shepherds. December 24th. Very early today I saw the kings and some of their followers pay separate visits to the infant Jesus and the Blessed Virgin. During the whole day I saw them busy in their camp beside their beasts of burden distributing all kinds of things. They were full of joy and happiness, and gave away many gifts, as I have always seen done on joyful occasions. The shepherds who had rendered services to the kings in their train were given many presents, and I saw many poor people receiving gifts. I saw them hanging coverlets over the shoulders of some poor old women who crept up to them all bent. Several of the king's followers took a great liking to the Shepherd's Valley, wishing to stay there and join the shepherds. They submitted this wish to the kings, who allowed them to leave their service and gave them rich presents. They were given blankets, household utensils, grains of gold, and also the donkeys on which they had ridden. When I saw the kings distributing a quantity of bread, I at first wondered where so much bread came from. Then I remembered having seen that sometimes, when they halted, They used their provision of flour to bake little thin flat loaves like rusks in iron molds, which they carried with them. These loaves they packed tightly in light leather boxes, which they hung on their pack animals. Today many people came from Bethlehem and pestered the kings for gifts of all kinds. Some of these searched their baggage, and on various pretexts made greedy demands of them. Here, and in Jerusalem too, the sensation caused by their numerous following had been a great annoyance to the kings. They had arrived in a kind of triumphal procession, thinking to find general rejoicings over the newborn king, but after what had happened they now resolved to start their return journey quietly and with a smaller following, which would enable them to travel more rapidly. They therefore dismissed today many of their followers, some of whom remained behind in the valley of the shepherds, while others went on ahead to meeting places arranged beforehand. I was surprised to see how much their train had diminished by the evening. The kings no doubt intended to travel the next day to Jerusalem and to tell Herod that they had found the child, but they wanted to do this more quietly, and this was why they sent many on ahead, thus making the journey easier. They and their dromedaries could overtake them without difficulty. In the evening they went to the crib to say farewell. Menser went in first, alone. Mary placed the infant Jesus in his arms. He shed tears and his face was shining with joy. After him the two others came and wept as they said farewell. They brought more gifts, many pieces of different stuffs, some looking like undid silk, some red and some with flowered patterns, and a number of beautiful thin coverlets. They also left behind their ample, thin cloaks. These were pale yellow and seemed to be woven of the finest wool. They were so light that they moved with every breath of air. They also brought many bowls standing one on the other, and boxes filled with grains, and a basket with pots of little delicate green bushes with small white flowers. There were 3 of these in the center of each pot, so arranged that another pot could be placed on the edge. The pots were built up above each other in the basket. This was myrrh. They also gave Joseph long narrow baskets containing birds. They had a number of these hanging on their dromedaries for killing and eating. They all shed many tears when they left the child and Mary. I saw the Blessed Virgin standing up beside them as they said farewell. She held the infant Jesus in her arms wrapped in her veil, and went a few steps with the kings towards the door of the cave. There she stood still, and in order to give these holy men a remembrance, she took from her head the thin yellow veil covering the infant Jesus and herself and handed it to Menser. The kings received this gift with deep obeisances, and their hearts overflowed with awe and gratitude when they saw the Blessed Virgin standing before them unveiled with the infant Jesus. They were weeping with joy as they left the cave. Henceforth the veil was the holiest treasure that they possessed. The manner in which the Blessed Virgin accepted presents, although it did not show pleasure in the things themselves, was particularly touching in its humility and in its real gratitude towards the giver. During this wonderful visit I saw in her no trace of self-interest, except that to begin with, out of love for the infant Jesus and out of pity for Joseph, she allowed herself in all simplicity the joy of hoping that now they might perhaps find a shelter in Bethlehem and not be so contemptuously treated as on their arrival. She had been truly sorry for Joseph's distress and confusion at this. After the kings had said farewell it grew dark, and the lamp was lit in the cave. The kings went with their followers to the great old terebinth tree above Marah's grave, there to hold their evening service as they had the day before. A lamp was burning beneath the tree. When they saw the stars coming out, they prayed and sang their sweet songs. The voices of the boys sounded particularly lovely among the others. After this they went into their tent, where Joseph had once more prepared a light meal for them, and then some returned to the inn in Bethlehem, while the rest lay down in the tent. 24. Departure of the kings. At midnight I suddenly saw a vision. I saw the kings lying asleep in their tent on rugs, and I saw the appearance of a shining youth among them. It was an angel. Their lamp was burning, and I saw them sitting up, half asleep. The angel woke them and told them to leave immediately, and not to go by Jerusalem, but through the desert round the Dead Sea. They sprang in haste from their couches. Some hurried to rouse their followers. One went to the cave and woke St. Joseph, who hastened to Bethlehem to summon those who were in the inn. These, however, met him on his way there, for they had the same vision. The tent was taken down, packed, and the rest of the encampment removed, all with wonderful speed. While the kings were taking once more a touching farewell of Joseph before the crib, their followers were already hurrying southwards through the desert of En-Gadi along the shores of the Dead Sea. They travelled in separate parties so as to progress more quickly. The kings begged that the Holy Family should fly with them, for danger most certainly threatened them, or at least that Mary should hide herself with the child so as not to be molested because of them. They cried like children, embracing Joseph and speaking in the most moving manner. Then they mounted their dromedaries, which carried but little baggage, and hastened away across the desert. I saw the angel with them out in the fields, showing them their way. They seemed to be gone in an instant. They took different ways, about a quarter of an hour's distance apart from each other. First they went for an hour towards the east, and then southwards into the desert. Their way home led through the region which Jesus traversed on his return from Egypt in the 3rd year of his ministry.